All right. And now we're gonna move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Sarah, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Gladly. All right. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And moving along to start our agenda, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. I'll second.
Thank you, Kim and Mary Beth. And we'll start with item 3, communications.
Oh, I'm sorry, you just approved the agenda, but what I wanted to get in there is we will be removing item I from the consent agenda.
Sorry, thank you. And I forgot the roll call, Rosie, sorry.
A motion to approve the altered agenda.
The altered agenda. Thank you, Freya.
Not the right word, but you know what I mean.
Everybody knows what everybody means.
Rosie, you're muted,
You're
Rosie.
muted. Someone needs to second that.
I'll second. I'll second.
Are we removing the item or just moving it to the end?
We are removing item I. Staff needs some time to get some more information on item I.
Okay.
And then Freya approved the removal of this altering the agenda. And
Amended agenda. That's the word. Sorry, I found it.
And who seconded?
And Mary Beth seconded.
All right, we'll do roll call. Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
And Sarah?
Aye.
5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are moving to communications, item 3. And so now we are providing a new way of allowing people for comments. And this is provide live comments while we're meeting through Zoom. And we're gonna be using the raising hand feature, which will be available during the meeting. And I'll ask the public if they have any comments and kind of prep them to the right time, since the feature will be turned off at certain points of the meeting, just because to have the meeting flow in a proper way. And the feature, you just use the feature when you're ready and when you're asked for if there's any public comments from the public. And Rosie will also try a timer. We will be timing people for the 3 minutes of their comment. Am I correct, right? Rosie, it's 3 minutes?
Yeah, we're gonna try the timer.
Okay. And like always, just reminding the public that we don't normally, when a public comment is said, we don't engage in conversations, and we just hear people out and appreciate their comments and appreciate what they have to say. And like it says, it's for comments and nothing else. So just to remind people of that, and invite people to participate as well if it's a topic. And we will be doing it for every item, every item. Sean will explain later, but that's the new thing. So are there any public comments right now, Rosie?
I don't see any hands raised. Should we give, oh, I just see one. We have Monica Rosa, and I'm gonna allow to talk. Just give me a second. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me. I appreciate the time. So I sent out some slides before the meeting. May I confirm you have them?
Yes.
Great. So since we have limited time, I'll be as quick as possible. So the topic that I want to discuss today has to do with just like a continuation of my first comments that I did in September. So in September, if you look at slide 2, I really, the big message was that all expenses need to be approved by the board and need to be included in the consent agenda. And I want to acknowledge the fact that 3 months worth of the warrants were posted with this packet, which is excellent. That's I encourage everyone to continue that monthly for the rest of the, for the future, because that's really what's, compliant with the education code. So that's great. And it's a big improvement. If you go to slide 3, however, that's part of the picture, but it's not the whole picture. So today, what I'd like to focus on is actually approval of contracts and also transparent bidding. So if you look at the California Code 17604, you can, the governing boards may grant, delegate the decision-making authority to others within the school district organization. However, if you look at the highlighted piece, no contract can be made. Doesn't matter what the value is. No contract can be, kind of executed without and be enforceable unless it's approved by the board. And so I just want to, again, the whole idea here is transparency and compliance. And so what I would encourage is that regardless of what delegation you have within the school district, that all contracts should come to the board, just like the expenses. And so that's the big, one of the big points I wanted to make in this comment today, is that to be compliant, you need to do that. Last time, I had some examples of other school districts that do this, such as the Belmont Redwood Shores, district. But if you go to slide 5, I want to go to the bidding. So construction projects that are greater than $15,000 value must go to bid, and they also must be there are also the requirements for advertising in the paper. So a lot of the letter that I sent you, there are many examples where there's either a single bid or there is no bid in the process. And so the Scapes landscaping contract had a single bid. The Cicerco, I'm not aware of any bidding that happened. There's a whole series of contracts that I've listed on slide 7 that need to go to bidding. The paving additional, if there's a large contract, there's a formal process that should through. And so as you go through this consent agenda today, I would ask you to consider that. And finally, you can see that the outside counsel expenses are tremendous. They're over 1.1 million right now since last year. And the reason for that is because they're being utilized. So if you go extensively, so if you go to slide 8, not only are they used for the litigation, but slide 8 has an example where you have a regular old contract. And rather than having those notices go to the San Mateo County, it's going to outside counsel. That's not necessary.
Can you wrap up your comment, please?
Yep. And so my request for the board today, or my comment, is basically that you have the power with these agreements as you're going to go and look at these contracts and approve them. You have the power to basically say, I'm not approving them unless there is a limit in the spend. I'm not approving them unless, unless they go out to bid appropriately. And I recommend that this be done, because that would be the way to get these things compliant with the education code, and also to ensure that the public has the transparency that's appropriate for these contracts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any more public comments?
I see that Dr. Taylor Mendoza has raised her hand, but I know also that she was going to speak as a panelist for the equity item. So I'm not sure.
She has lowered her hand.
Okay, very good.
All right.
I don't see any other hand raised.
All right. Thank you, Rosie. Moving right along, item 3B, employee organization report. Do we have anyone here for CUTA?
We have Claudia. Oh, I mean, I don't see her connected.
No.
No.
Maybe we want to do CSEA and hopefully she'll connect by then.
CSEA is not presenting a report tonight.
Okay.
Is it possible that Claudia Lundstrath is listed as Claudia DeCoste?
Let me enable that hand raise. And Claudia, if Claudia DeCoste is you, Claudia Lundström, will you raise your hand?
I saw her in the meeting earlier.
Yeah,
Now
it is
both
her.
Kathleen Wall and Claudia DeCoste have raised their hands.
All right.
Okay.
Hi, yes, I am here, having Zoom problems, of course. Thank you, Sarah and Dr. McFetridge. All right, so I am Claudia Lundstrath DeCoste, co-president of CUTA with Sean Reardon. Good evening to everyone. Thank you for your time. I would like to begin by giving a shout out to everyone who's worked so hard to make the school year successful for most of our schools and students. Teaching remotely for over a year seems remote now. We expected many glitches this year, and most of those glitches have been resolved. Of course, we still have work to do to further improve Cabrillo Unified. We, and I am sure the entire Cabrillo community, would like more specifics on how our over $3 million in COVID relief funds have been spent. We appreciate the information that is included in tonight's board packet, but we need specifics to help us determine the effectiveness of the spending as well as the ongoing needs of CUSD. Our teachers and counselors continue to go above and beyond as we work to overcome learning loss and to help with social emotional issues. Teachers and counselors need more support in the form of smaller classes and caseloads so that we can connect with our students in a meaningful way. I try to form a personal connection with all 35 students in my 5th period freshman English class, but I'm not happy with how that's going. We need supportive administrators at all school sites who consider and respect teacher and counselor concerns. We need professional development that is evidence-based and targeted to our needs. School site teachers and support staff are essential workers. Paying essential workers is a priority. There is no instruction without trained teachers. Teachers will go where the money and benefits are best. At this point, we are not talking about differences of a few $100s, but thousands of dollars per year. CUSD is at the bottom of local school district salaries, while similar districts like San Mateo Foster City and La Honda Pescadero have prioritized dollars for teachers. Those two districts are not the highest paid in the county, but they are competitive with other districts. CUSD needs to offer competitive Bay Area salaries. We are in board negotiations again after about 3 years of contentious negotiations. We are in them again, and it's looking like it might get contentious again. Our salaries are falling further and further behind, while our reserve funds are getting more and more bloated. And to echo Monica Rosoff, why are we spending so much of our funds on legal counsel instead of giving that money to the schools? CUSD has long-term and one-time funding that can easily absorb salary increases to make us competitive. If we want the best for our students, if we truly want to close the learning gaps for our at-promise students, we need to retain and hire the best possible teachers and counselors. The LCFF COLA this year is over 5%. As a community-funded district, CUSD has that over 5% COLA and more. This is ongoing money. The unaudited actuals again show the money is there. School districts are not banks. The money we receive is for now. Present dollars need to fund present needs. A low salary schedule and difficult working conditions are contributing to a teacher exodus. By amassing millions of dollars in a reserve, the district is undermining its essential mission, providing a high-quality education and appropriate services to all Coastside students. Again, thank you for your time and all that you do for CUSD.
Sorry. Thank you, Claudia, and thank you for your time and for being here. Appreciate your comments. And moving along, we don't have any CSEA representative report. Okay. Now we move on to board member reports. Would any of you ladies like to start? Kim, you're unmuted. Would you like?
Sure.
Okay.
I just wanted to say it's lovely to be here tonight. And I look forward to the real estate proposal. I know that Mary Beth and I have spent the last year working with a variety of people that could that have proposed to us, and this was the one recommended to present to the whole board. So I'm looking forward to that. Knowing that we have a really long agenda, that's all the time I'll take for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Anyone?
I can go. Just real quick, I want to say, again, really excited about the environmental committee. We had an environmental education subcommittee meeting yesterday, and it's just so fun working with teachers and students and county assistants, and excited about getting that moving forward. And also wanted just to give a little call out to in the consent agenda, there are the board policies. And so it was really nice to see the emphasis on mental health for students in there as an official board policy, and also the kind of new chronic absence policies around trauma-informed care, and looking at kind of the underlying reasons that kids end up with chronic absences, which I think is a really useful for addressing the actual learning loss that occurs, because sometimes it's not just from being absent, it's also from the underlying reasons that cause them to be absent that also causes the learning loss. So I thought those two were really great. And then that was all. So yeah, thank you to everyone who's been working so hard this year. And thank you, Claudia, for your comments, and for the teachers who are putting in so much. And it has just been such a challenging year for everyone getting back. But I feel like we're figuring out how to do it. Everyone is doing a great job. And so that's really wonderful. So that's all.
Thank you, Freya. Mary Beth?
Sure. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the classes I've taken in the Masters in Governance course since we've been here last. I took the Policy and Judicial Review course, Student Learning and Achievement, and the School Finance course. And I just thought it might be interesting to talk about a few things I learned there that I thought was interesting, thinking maybe you might too. It was pretty funny because I was in these classes with people from all over the state. And turns out I end up being with a superintendent who's down in San Jose, who lives in Half Moon Bay. And then when we talked further, it turns out she actually lives in my neighborhood. So I thought it was interesting, and it just goes to show also, like looking at the Half Moon Bay review this week, there's so much interest in education in our community, and I just love that. So I'm glad to live here and be in such a supportive place. There were a few things I wanted to talk about from the finance class. There was a guy there from School Services of California. He was super knowledgeable, super impressed with him. And there was a few things they talked about. And one of the things that they were talking about was districts like ours that are on the cusp of basic aid, right? We've just become basic aid, but we're kind of on the cusp there. And they were saying that San Mateo County has the majority of those districts on the cusp, which I thought was kind of interesting. I didn't realize it was so concentrated here. And apparently there are only 100 schools in the whole state, around 100, that are basic aid. So it kind of brought it to my attention, because I don't feel like, when we live here, I feel like everyone's basic aid but us, because I'm looking at Woodside and Palo Alto and then La Park. But it kind of hit home for me, because I thought, oh, finally we're basic aid. We're finally going to have some money. Yay, rah. But then I think, geez, most of the other school districts in the state are still struggling like we used to be. And there's a lot of talk about how if you're on that cusp, like we are in other schools in San Mateo County, that it's kind of a scary place to be. If the funding goes up for the state and our enrollment's declining and suddenly we don't qualify as basic aid anymore, we could find ourselves in a hole. And they didn't dwell on it too much because there weren't very many schools on the call with that situation. But I did think that was interesting, and hadn't realized it was such a phenomenon of our county and our area. They also were talking about how the average school district in the state, they only get a third of their budget from property taxes, you know, and we're getting 100% of ours now. So, you know, just made me realize how many districts are still struggling where we used to be and don't have that light at the end of the tunnel like we have. They also talked some about reserves, and they said that the Government Finance Officers Association recommends having a reserve of 17% or 2 months of expenditures. And the statewide average for unified school districts is 19%. So just looking what's out there. I thought that was interesting. Oh, another thing I wanted to talk about just briefly was that I heard kind of from a lot of the other board members is there's a lot of worry out there right now about what happens after the COVID funding is gone, because I think people are feeling pretty flush right now because of all the COVID money they've gotten, but there's a lot of worry around the budget realities, you know, coming up, and with the increased pension cost, TK kindergarten starting across the state, and the special ed costs rising were specifically some of the things they talked about. So anyway, all pretty interesting. Just thought I might throw it out there so if someone else found it interesting as well. The other thing they kind of talked about was how much the schools are funded around capital gains. And I didn't realize what a big part of school funding is capital gains and how tied we are to the markets. So that was kind of interesting. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention was they did talk about FCMAT a little bit and talk about how, you know, they're often seen as the bad guys, but they are very helpful in, you know, coming in if you need help with budgeting and things like that, and that they really are experts in the area and trying to help. And, you know, that kind of hit home for me because when we ended up having FCMAT come in last year, or whenever that was, I remember thinking of them as being the bad guys and this was going to be terrible, but then actually really, you know, taking to heart what they said and finding that they had good insight because, you know, that's what they do every day. So anyways, some of the stuff I brought home from that class, and all those classes were really good and I really enjoyed them and I learned a lot. So I just thought I'd just pass a little bit on today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Beth. I learned something new today. Thank you. Kim? Oh, you already went. Just kidding. Sorry, Sophia.
No problem. Thank you, Mary Beth, as well. I think it's just so great that we can all learn and grow constantly. I think that's, I appreciate sharing those learnings. So I just been thinking about gratitude a lot. I think it's such a great way, practicing gratitude is just such a great way of seeing hope in a situation, fostering empathy and promoting collaboration. So typically, you guys all know I start my comments here with a note of thanks to our students, our families and staff, and I'll get to that soon. But first I want to extend my thanks to two partners who are outside our school district who are here tonight. In support of our work towards creating an equitable and excellent learning environment for all students. First, I believe you're both on the call, so I apologize if not, but I appreciate you either way. County Office of Education Superintendent Nancy McGee. Her collaborative and courageous leadership continues to be a driving force in helping school districts across the county and beyond navigate through the pandemic towards a better place than we have been in the past. I can't imagine having gone through the last year and a half, 2 years without Nancy working with us across the county and collaborating across the state to help us through these difficult times and hopefully again getting us to somewhere better than we were at the outset. And secondly, Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza, the new president of College of San Mateo, both for her active engagement with our district and city staff to support COSI learners of all ages, and her inspiring letter to the editor in this week's Half Moon Bay Review. If you haven't read it and you're listening now, please do look it up and check it out. It's a really well-written, thoughtful piece that she has submitted to the review in response to the really devastating data staff presented a month or two ago regarding our student outcomes during distance learning last year. Those outcomes are not surprising. They're pretty consistent with other ethnically predictable outcomes we see every year in every metric and pretty much across the state and country. But one statement that she made there really, actually one statement she made really stuck out to me, and that's the following: our students themselves are not deficient. Instead, the data is a measure of our institutional effectiveness. And I think that's really, really important to remember when we see difficult data, that we don't look at it and put the onus on our kids. We need to put the onus on ourselves and as an educational institution to work together and support them in the way they need to do that to be more successful. So I think until we change that narrative and accept that there's no magic bullet for improving public education, school funding, employee pay, there's a lot of things that we look to kind of solve our problems. But I think we're going to keep, as grown-ups, keep spinning our wheels and burning ourselves out while more and more students fall deeper and deeper through the cracks if we look to kind of one magic bullet solution. And I'm really interested in the grand jury report that we'll be reviewing later this evening as well, because I think that report is very informative in providing different types of best practices for attracting and retaining diverse sets of employees, things like casting a wide net and growing your own. There's a lot of really good detail, especially on page 294 in the board meeting packet for those that have that handy. And so I'm looking forward to kind of exploring that in the future through LCAP or other strategic plans that we have, as well as exploring potential workforce housing opportunities or a real estate team. So I'm excited to have that conversation as well. And also I've mentioned before, I'm involved as a member of the Coastside Recovery Initiative Task Force. As part of that role, I've convened a workforce development roundtable with folks, including CUSD and Matt Linton from the La Costa Adult School and Dr. McFetridge, folks from the City of Half Moon Bay, the Chamber of Commerce, Moonridge Housing, Half Moon Bay Library, other local nonprofits, and fellow task force members. And the purpose of this team, we've had 2 meetings now, is really it's to share, it's a roundtable. So we're sharing information and establishing a network and making those connections across people that are all working towards workforce development and can achieve kind of our higher vision of economic development on the coast side and job training as well. So that's been really exciting and fun, kind of tying things together across our community. I'm also really grateful for school and district efforts to put students at the center of all we do. I think now more than ever, we realize how important it is to constantly remind ourselves we're here for our kids. I want to give a shout out to Half Moon Bay High School. I know they're preparing a number of activities to help student voices be heard and be taken seriously in terms of helping determine what we do and how we do it. So cheers to that. Cunha also featured 3 student speakers at yesterday's ceremony honoring our bilingual students that recently reclassified as English proficient. So it was really great to hear kids at the podium speaking from their hearts and about their experiences as English learners and developing academically and personally as well. I'm sure there's a lot more coming. I'm excited also, similar vein, about the collaboration with between CUSD and Coast Pride with tomorrow's Unity Day celebration, 4 p.m. I believe at the Coast Pride Center on Main Street. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sean. And I'm really thrilled, Sarah, always that you're here with us as well on the board, and having a student board member is so important to just have that visibility of, again, you're why we're here, as a bunch of grown-ups on Zoom or wherever we are. So I'm glad that you're here too. So all of this is really, you all know me by now, why I'm so active here on the board, why I'm active with partners in our community, at the PTO Alliance and nonprofits and various groups. I'm very active with the San Mateo County School Boards Association on that board, as well as the CSBA delegate committee. And I'm really excited also about our equity statement that we'll be reviewing this evening as well. And again, I'll call out a statement in that really I hold close to my heart, which is at CUSD, we firmly believe all students can succeed when given the support and experiences they need. And that's our goal here, is to set the policies that will ensure that we can have that happen. So there's a lot of work we need to do together to achieve this. And it's going to do some things differently than we're used to, that we think kind of maybe were the ways things were done in the past. But I really feel confident that if we all realign ourselves to the reason that we're here, which is our students, and that we work together with open honest, sometimes difficult conversations, then we can get that job done. So I'm looking forward to the very extensive, robust work that we have to review and go through tonight. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Sarah, would you like to make any announcements as a high school student board member?
Well, I do have my schools reports to
And
share.
besides your school's report, anything you need to, I know for a fact you were an awesome cabin leader for outdoor ed.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so I know that. Is there anything else you'd like to say that you've been involved with as a school board member? No?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I'm happy to be here as always. Thank
Well,
you
we're always
for
happy
having
to have you. Yes, we're always happy to have you. Okay. So I guess I'll go before we end the board members report. I I have to brag as a mother. I am the proud parent of a reclassified student. So yes, I'm like ecstatic. And I want to thank all the teachers and everybody who's helped my daughter along the way. I know that really that push and the confidence and the support she got is really what made her you know, succeed. So thank you. I was there. I was also there. That was my first reclassification ceremony. I don't know. I mean, because of COVID, we haven't been having those as often as we used to. And I hope that I get invited to more of those, Leticia. Um, it was very, it was very meaningful. And it just, for so many reasons. And I think it's important for me to be there because even if I don't have a student anymore, I am a member of the community and I do speak for, all the Latinos who are in our district. So I think it's very important for me to be there. So I would please ask if I could be invited to any future ceremonies. I'd like to think because of COVID, it wasn't organized as best as it could. I just think it's such a monumental event. It's such so important for families and for students, and I just wish it was a little more organized. And there's always room for improvement. But with that being said, it's just amazing how the families came together and just made an awesome ceremony with food and thank you to the staff who helped served and it was amazing. I would ask any of the teachers if in any of the schools if you're available. It would be just an amazing treat as for parents to see the teachers and to be present, the English teachers, the reading teachers. I know everybody has a really busy schedule, but I think those are the moments where parents would like to put a face to the people who really have helped their kids out. And unfortunately, due to language barriers or, people work late hours, it's not um, as easy for the parents. So these are the events where I implore and I ask any of the staff to please make a point to go out there and just, just show your face. I think it's interesting. I thought about it. I've gone to meetings where you present people as a way of honoring their presence. But I feel like in the meetings that are for Latinos, you present people so you could put a face to who's doing the work with your students, to put a face to the people who do the work and support your kids at school. So it's such an honor to know who the teachers are, to know who the counselors are. It really is. So I would really I would really like to just invite people as part of the district to be there and to honor the kids and to kind of get that acknowledgement from the parents who are very grateful. So it was an amazing ceremony, and I was a proud parent, even though my daughter couldn't be there for just different reasons. But she eventually went, and it was amazing, and we enjoyed it. And thank you for the support, and thank you for everything. I mean, that's like my main reason why I'm in the board, because I was, I was wanting to get my daughter reclassified, and then I got a little more involved and a little more involved, and here I am. So thank you. And that's all I'm gonna say for now. I'm gonna really quick in Spanish. Quiero felicitar a todos los papás que como yo estuvimos anoche en la ceremonia de reclasificación. Gracias por estar aquí. Si no están presentes y si están viendo este mensaje, les quiero dar las felicidades y quiero decirles que esto nada más es el comienzo del viaje y de la experiencia que van a tener hacia su educación. Yo sé que muchas veces es difícil porque uno que no sabe, no entiende, pero sí quiere apoyar. Y el hecho que estaban ahí las familias y estaban ahí apoyando a sus hijos era algo tan maravilloso que de verdad como padre se debería de festejar. So, muchas gracias a todas las personas que estuvieron allí de las escuelas, el director, el vicedirector, consejeras, um, las personas que ayudaron después de la ceremonia. So, muchas gracias a todos y muchas felicidades a todos los muchachos, bueno, niños, muchachos. No son niños para nosotros, pero ellos piensan que son muchachos. Y muchas felicidades también a todos los papás. Les deseo lo mejor. And with that being said, I am going to move on to the next agenda is 3D, student board member report. Now it's your time to report. I just wanted to give you a moment to say something that if you wanted to, Sarah, and you're always welcome to do so.
Of course, thank you. All right, so at Fairlawn View, students celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month by learning about various contemporary and historical figures with Hispanic heritage, such as Yuji Morales, Pele, Cesar Chavez, Roberto Clemente, Frida Kahlo, Pablo Picasso, and more. Students celebrated the fact that Hispanic heritage encompasses so many unique cultures and diverse people. Our visual and performing arts classes through ALAS have begun with K through second grade students creating ojos de Dios and floral tote bags so far. Our amazing PTO parents coordinated our first scholastic book fair of the school year during the last week of September. It was a tremendous success and raised a lot of money for our PTO in addition to promoting reading school-wide. At Hatch Elementary School has enjoyed our month-long celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. Our students in kindergarten through first have celebrated in art projects celebrating the Mexican culture. Teachers have led lessons in their classes learning about various countries and their important historical and current leaders and people. We had a few classes enjoy a walking field trip to Cunha for Hispanic Heritage Museum. Other classrooms are enjoying walking field trips to Juicy Farm to pick pumpkins, and we are so excited to be able to have these fun learning experiences be available to our students. Thank you for the parent volunteers who have made this possible. On October 6th, Hatch celebrated International Walk to School Day. Hatchie was there and helped students tally if they walked or rolled to school. We are looking forward to more fun events to come later this month. Cunha sent nearly half of sixth graders to outdoor education last week, and they came back happy and excited. All of them were tested for COVID just before departure, and safety protocols were in place at camp, so it was a healthy success for all. We also had an outdoor Cunha dance, the first one since the pandemic began, and kids had a fantastic time being together and having fun, making friends, and dancing. We are also focusing on PBIS with a series of assemblies planned to teach students our expectations for behavior in all areas of the school. Next week, we will begin assemblies with our partners from the Sheriff's Activities League about bullying and conflict. And then we will focus on lunch and break time expectations, working with the students from the leadership class. Finally, just this last Wednesday, we held a reclassification ceremony for our 37 students who have been reclassified from English learners to fluent English proficient. We are so proud of them and thankful for their families' work to support them throughout this process. At Half Moon Bay High School, we have been excited to have homecoming back this year. Homecoming is a great tradition at Half Moon Bay High School, and even though a number of the activities had to be adjusted or canceled this year due to not being able to have indoor assemblies and large activities, there have been many fun events still. The homecoming football game will be tomorrow, Friday, October 15th, versus the Kings Academy, and the homecoming dance will not be till the following weekend, Saturday, October 23rd in the quad, weather permitting. The counselors are hosting a parent college night on Tuesday, October 19th at 6 p.m. via Zoom. It will be recorded, so if a parent wishes to see it later, they can. This is a great event to attend and find out about the application process and other information about college entrance for your student. At Pilarcitos High School, we started our weekly El Centro program, which offers one-on-one as well for students. Pilarcitos was able to bring back Farm to Desk, which included students making their own pizza dough on the farm. And finally, at Los Listos Preschool, September was a busy month for Los Listos children. We're adjusting to the routine, and we started learning all about apples and an introduction to the letter A, and learned an apple poem. We tried different types of apples, and we made an experiment and estimation for the results, and used apples as stamps to paint with them and make prints. We started learning correspondence 1-to-1 with numbers 1, 2, 3. And September was also a month for vision screening, and referrals went out to families. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. And last, definitely not least, our superintendent.
Well, first of all, I want to echo the thanks that people have given already to Jennifer Taylor Mendoza, Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza, a Coast Side resident who is the College of San Mateo president, and who we've been working with. And I do want to thank her for her editorial in the Half Moon Bay Review. It is definitely a case where we need to talk about the data and talk about institutional improvement. And this can make people defensive, but first of all, we have to recognize what the data says, and then we can work to improve it. And I do want to thank Nancy McGee also, who's also here. And I think the two of them, I want to apologize to them. I know that these board meetings do take a while to get to the agenda item, and I know they want to speak to a particular agenda item with regard to the equity statement. So I've asked them in as panelists tonight on that. And I do want to thank the public also. You know, with our last special board meeting, the board decided to stay remote for health concerns and for, because we'd heard from members of the public that they want to stay remote. And so this new practice requires us to take hands raised. And so we will try to be patient. And I will ask my colleagues to try to be concise and brief. That's not my strong suit personally, but there it is there. So I do want to also echo the fact that we are ending Hispanic Heritage Month. It goes every year from September 15th to October 15th. Yesterday, that was just a phenomenal culminating event for a lot of kids who got to go to the walking field trip at the Cunha Event Center and listen to Dr. Jerry Lopez about the history of the 201st Mexican Expeditionary Air Force, which was history that I did not know. I could have listened to Dr. Lopez speak for hours yesterday to talk about how important a partner Mexico has been in particular to us, integral to our culture, clearly in the United States and into California, but also very important allies to us during World War II. And that was fascinating to hear, despite all the animus that could be had against North Americans by people of Mexican descent and Mexicans. At that time, they joined us for a very important cause. So Dr. Jerry Lopez sharing that history and curating an event where there were uniforms and photos and historical materials was a phenomenal way. And I want to thank Rosalva Segura and Judith Cortez in the Migrant Education Office and Dr. Bhatia for coordinating that. It was just an outstanding event. I also want to talk about last night, also was the reclassification ceremony that Ms. Cortez spoke to, which was, I thought, outstanding. I want to thank Mr. Bartel, Mr. Barnes, the principal, James Barnes, the counselors who were there, Isabel, the community liaison, for being there also to translate. There were a lot of people there, the dean, Erin O'Connor Brown. It was a really important event for families and for kids. Not so much to reclassify into being English proficient, but to say that they are fully bilingual. And that included kids of Latino descent. And there was a fabulous speaker who spoke to her experience coming from the Philippines. So I just thought that was important, but particularly in this context, as we end Hispanic Heritage Month. Yesterday was just some great culminating events. I also want to speak to the fact that we are halfway through LGBTQ History Month, and Sophia brought up this Friday, we released a press release, and so did Coast Pride, and so did the city of Half Moon Bay. We're co-sponsoring a unity event at McDutra Plaza at 4 p.m. tomorrow, Friday, October 15th, as a celebratory educational event. Marks the halfway point tomorrow of LGBTQ History Month. On a sad note, we had 2 of our LGBTQ banners, these beautiful banners that we've been doing for all these Heritage Months, that were stolen. And we've replaced them, which is the good news. And I keep reminding people that we don't want to generalize, how do I say it, a couple haters for what is pretty much an inclusive community here in the coast side. I want to thank our Coast Pride partners. I want to thank the city of Half Moon Bay for working with us to have this event at McDutra Plaza tomorrow, where we can celebrate and educate people about LGBTQ history. And there are a lot of events, if you go to the Coast Pride website, that will be going on through the month. And we say through the year. Every month is Hispanic Heritage Month. Every month is LGBTQ History Month, really. So we look forward to continuing that. And tonight there will be a resolution about Native American Heritage Month, which I worked on with Jonathan Cordero, the leader of the Association of Ramaytush Ohlone people. And we will be having banners for that month in November also. And also I look forward to speaking to you about that resolution tonight. This Tuesday was Super Tuesday Professional Development also. I thought I got to see a little bit of it, of the elementary group this week, which I thought was fantastic. And I've heard good things about because it was led by our San Mateo County Office of Education partners on looking at the data that we've been talking about that drives the equity statement, that drives these regular data dives and presentations we do. And it's important for our practitioners to be able to look at the data, be able to understand the data so they can understand the district's performance, schools' performance, and their own classrooms' performance so that we can stop the data that we saw, which says that Latinos are 4 to 5 times more likely to receive D's or F's in middle and high school than their counterparts. There is a way for us to interrupt this institutional problem, and it is through deep dives into data and then having practitioners or professionals look at that data to talk about what are the strategies that they will, as professionals, will do to stop this failure of these students. So I thought that was really good, actually, the Super Tuesday Professional Development. This Friday at 4 p.m., I told you already about McDutra Plaza. The other day, yesterday, I also did have a PTO Alliance meeting, which I really want to thank the members of the PTO Alliance. A couple of years ago, they got together to have a leadership, and we met with them, with Leticia and with Jesus and Jennifer Marsh in the business department, so that we could talk about some things that the PTOs historically here in this district, because we've been so cash strapped, have paid for, and some things that we want to start paying for. You know, Lizette talked about outdoor education at Cunha. This year, we said that all students should be able to attend. It shouldn't be something that should be afforded. We need to be able to provide that as an experience that all kids can attend. And I hope that will continue going forward. That would be my intent. But we also look at that and say the PTO says, well, we've been doing this and we've been doing this and we'd like this. And I think it's very important that we recognize the PTO Alliance and our PTOs, our parent teacher organizations, but apparently they're especially their leaders who have worked with us to talk about improvements we can make so we can start picking some of those things up as core offerings from the district that we would pay for and that we would not rely on them to do. I also was able to take part in the Coastside Workforce Development Roundtable and the Coastside Recovery Initiative meeting. And we are excited that the adult school, Pilarcitos and Half Moon Bay High School are all working with College of San Mateo leaders now to talk about how we can have dual enrollment, college classes offered soon, hopefully, next year at least, if not earlier, so we can have college classes. And Matt Linton, who the director of La Costa Adult School in particular, is talking also with San Mateo County Office of San Mateo Community College District and College of San Mateo about how we can provide certificate programs. I know they're starting a citizenship class coming up in November for students with Judith Guerrero and Coastside Hope. And I thank Judith and Coastside Hope for that partnership. And I thank the adult school for looking at how to get better at giving some career technical education, some certificate programs to adults who so desperately need it here on the coast if they're underemployed or unemployed. Just in general, you know, school improvement, negotiations over salaries, everything else, this requires a lot of time. It is a process. It takes time and it takes talk. And so I'm going to try to continue to be open to the outcome and continue to listen. We need to be able to listen to all sides. We need to find a balance between the interests and needs of all. It is our job to make sure that we reconcile and find balance between the needs of students, families, staff, and us as a system. And so that is my intent and my aim. Part of that is the equity statement that the board will approve tonight, is to make sure that we look very closely and that we have that as a focus. We've named 3 goals as the governance team: academic improvement, operational sustainability, making sure that we can keep the lights on and don't get into the situation we were in 2 years ago where we were near bankruptcy and getting taken over by the state, and focus on equity. So the equity statement is very important tonight. And that's why I did ask Jennifer Taylor Mendoza and Nancy McGee, invited them to speak tonight as panelists on that. There was also tonight a dress code policy review. This will undoubtedly cause some people to say, that's new and different, and change is difficult. But we've heard from so many people that the dress code policy is outdated. So I think that will be interesting for you to discuss. And it is based on best practice, and it is based on parent input that I received that worked on this a few years ago at schools, and then it didn't get traction. And I was asked by administrators at the secondary schools to make a district-wide policy. So I will be bringing that and discussing that tonight. I discussed Native American Heritage Month. I look forward to discussing that. At the end, I don't want to leave this alone with COVID. I think our last dashboard says we've had 25 cases in the last, since we started school, but we've done pretty well. And we've started our testing, our pooled testing for surveillance testing to make sure that we can figure out if kids are sick, and that's been going well. I know that taking care of each other, by listening to each other, by having empathy and compassion for each other, and humanizing each other, I know that we can work together and we can take care of our students and those who serve them. And that would end my comments tonight. You'll hear a lot from me later.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it. And moving on to item 4, consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
thank you. Roll call, Rosie?
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Just a quick point of order, Rosie, do we need to have any public comments for this one? Or is it just for the general business, did you say?
I thought it was for general business. Am I incorrect?
If people did want to speak, I'm checking for hands here. I know probably Rosie's checking for hands. I'll
I
tell you
think
that.
it would be for the items that have public comment.
We usually take comments for consent under public comments 3A.
Right.
But it will be up to you if you wanna. The hand raise feature is enabled, so we can.
I
take
always just
comments.
figure making it as easy as for people that might have had different interpretations as possible, but I doubt anyone does. But just for not leaving anyone out. Otherwise,
Are we done doing roll call, Rosie?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sophia,
yeah, aye.
thank you. Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
thank you. 5+1.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna go along. If there was a raised hand, just let me know, Rosie, and we can accommodate that person. Seeing that, and now if there's any questions for Sean, anyone wants to, I know that item I was removed, but is there any questions? Okay, all right, moving on to, item number 5, general business. Do I have a motion to, just
This is a
kidding.
presentation, so
This is
there
a
is.
presentation, yes. I was getting ahead of myself. Would you like to introduce this, Sean?
Let me introduce real quick. I know Dr. Bhatia will probably take over, but what I want to say here is what we've set up is there was interest of having schools present. So this is our first school presentation this year, and Kings Mountain will be doing it tonight. And Dr. Bhatia, do you want to introduce them, or can we just bring on Debbie?
I mean, while Rosie brings her on, I can just talk about that. So this presentation format will definitely, the purpose of it is to highlight the amazing things that are happening at the school site. We're all here for our students. And we just, our team and Dr. McFetridge just felt important for us to bring and highlight all those amazing things, as well as, you know, we all believe in a growth mindset and we always talk about that. So it's important to also, as a school, reflect on a growth that can always lead to improvement for the students on campus and the staff. So Debbie Silveria is here. Thank you so much. And I'll just, maybe Rosie, you can project. Perfect. Thank you, Debbie. So she'll share a little bit about Kings Mountain Elementary School.
Yes, so nice to be with you tonight. So our agenda does feature the school overview. We've got some data that we'll talk about. And we did a comparison from the California dashboard, which had the 2019 data. We've got some enrichment we'll share with you, and our SIPSA overview with 3 grows and 1 glow. And then if you have any questions, we had some other pictures I'll talk about too. We've got some project-based learning, and we also celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month. We're looking forward to this month, LGBTQ also. Okay, so our overview, Kings Mountain Elementary School does foster the development of courageous and compassionate human beings who are committed to realizing potential while supporting others to do the same. Kings Mountain Elementary School is a small school located in a rural setting. It's 13 miles from Half Moon Bay and 10 miles from the city of Woodside. Our classes are 24 students or fewer. At Kings Mountain School, social and emotional learning is an integral part of the academic program, supporting children's acquisition of knowledge, attitudes, and the necessary to understand and manage emotions, as well as set and achieve, I can't read that, positive goals. Can we do the next slide, Rosie? Okay, so our update for 2021, we've got 56 students that are white, not Hispanic, but they're mixed ethnicities. So we've got 2 American Indian and Alaska Native. We have 3 Chinese. We have 1 Asian Indian. We have 2 other Asian, 12 Hispanic, which is 13% We've got 13% socioeconomically disadvantaged and 5% English learners. We did gain those 5% this year. So our baseline data overview by subgroup, all students shall demonstrate growth in English language arts as measured by Fonsis and Pinnell, kindergarten through second, and CASP, grades 3 through 5. All English language learners will be eligible for reclassification by the end of 5th grade. So our English language learners right now, this year at the beginning, we've got 3 to 5% of our population. 1 is below average, 2 are approaching standard, okay? Our special education population, it's 5 to 9% of our school population. So we've got 1 below average, 3 approaching standard, and 2 meeting standard. And then for our socioeconomic group, which is 7 to 13% of our population, we've got 4 below average, 2 approaching standard, and 1 meeting standard. So that's all this year's, like I said, baseline assessment. Okay, so our enrichment learning opportunities, we've got Kaya Lindbergh providing STEM activities for the TK through 3rd grade students once a week, while Brian Phelps teaches to 4th and 5th grade students twice a week. Bridges, Lexia, and Art in Action are taught at the site. HEAL Project Learning is taught to 2nd and 3rd graders once a week, and that's new to our site this year. So Kings Mountain's first staff development featured visual arts and performing arts techniques from San Mateo County Office of Education Specialist Michelle Holt for teachers, and strategies are used in all classes. TKK1 will begin VAPA classes once a week by young audiences on Thursday, October 21st, and actually our entire site will begin those. So next Thursday. Can I have the next slide, please, Rosie? So our student plan for student achievement overview. So One Glow is partnering with Hatch to get Wonders Maravillas ELD materials to serve our English learners, and those have all arrived. More Glows are getting our garden bed built by parent volunteers to enable the HEAL project to ensue, and possibly expanding VAPA from young audiences to our entire site, and that occurred. The last glow is our Changing Perspectives program, which enhances the social emotional support that we are providing to our students during our restorative restart. And our grow is furthering Kings Mountain's PBIS tier parameters, specifically for our special education students. So here is some of our worm exploration with Kaya. This is for our compost that was going to be added to our HEAL garden bed. He's in kindergarten. And here we're investigating a turtle. And last year we had chosen a turtle as a class pet during a project-based learning remote assignment. But what happened is we were told we couldn't have a class pet because COVID. So it was nice that a turtle got to visit. Here we're on an insect investigation on the upper field, and that's another kindergartner. So we were working on compost, we're investigating worms, and we had all kinds of bugs that we are researching right now. And here we've got, with our project-based learning, our spiders. We've got a spider food project that we were able to assemble and then eat outside 6 feet apart. And then we've also got the 2-3 did the Cesar Chavez artwork for Hispanic Heritage Month. It turned out really great. And then I'm happy to take questions.
I just want to thank Debbie for the magic she does up there as a teacher leader. Unbelievable. I was there for the spider unit, a piece of the spider unit a couple of weeks back. It's just phenomenal. I love that you were celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with Cesar Chavez, Si Se Puede. It is so embodied in the work that you guys all do, that can-do attitude, yes, we can attitude. So Debbie, thank you so much for everything you do, from Big Lift to summer school all these years, and your perennial optimism and commitment to the kids at Kings Mountain. They're just lucky to have you and Miley and Kate and Leslie and the whole team up there.
Well, I want to thank Leticia for coming to sub for us one day. So she got to experience the Kings Mountain culture, and she also got to witness my bravery. So because I'm a nice teacher, have a tarantula in my class, Charlotte. So I'm not a tarantula lover, but we have done the spider unit, and we think the tarantula laid eggs, but yeah, that is me just being so kind. I even had like a morning message, do you like tarantulas? And I put no. So there were 3 no's and then 17 yeses. All the students love Charlotte, but that's the best learning, the integration.
And it's a real one. It's not fake. It's a real
real.
tarantula.
Yeah, it's from Kyle Lindbergh. Yes. So I know. But the kids they're just embracing it, and they're learning about the spiders, and we're also going to have with VEPA, I just had a meeting today, young audiences, that's also going to integrate. So the K1, TK1 is going to have a bugs VEPA unit. So it's perfect. Yeah. And there's some butterflies, and then the 2 through 5 is going to do an urban planning unit, which will feature art and music and boom movement. And then it'll be grades 2 through 5. So it's fantastic. But I'm really excited for that to start next week.
I just will say, Debbie, the work you guys do to integrate visual and performing arts, all this different inquiry, Miley, I know with her urban planning and the house building, you guys do a great job with that.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are hoping to submit a request to County Council and bring back stone soup this year. I'm hoping that'll work. Chef Sean said she'd come back for the day. So I'll be working on that.
That's good stuff. I've had that before.
Yes.
That's yum.
Yes.
I missed it. I think it was raining, and then I forgot what the reason was, but I was looking forward to that. And I guess, like Sean said, you guys are doing an amazing job, and the fact that you have this beautiful campus and you're taking advantage of it by using it so that the kids learn, and it's more hands-on and visual. And bless your heart for having a spider, even though you don't, or not a spider, that's not a tarantula. Because I mean, that's amazing. I think you would have been like my cool teacher with the tarantula. So thank you. And thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing. And it's always a pleasure to hear, even though it's not around the corner from as close as the other schools, but you guys are always doing amazing work, and you have amazing parents and amazing teachers, and thank you for sharing. I really, it's nice to hear, even though we don't have kids there or we're not, visiting campuses. But thank you. Yeah, and I hope you invite us for any upcoming like stone soup events like that. Thank you.
I would love to have the whole board. I'm hoping County Council approves it, and we will definitely extend invitations.
Thank you.
I just want to echo too, Debbie, your love for your students and for your community is palpable. We're on Zoom and we're all 2D, but it's every time we hear from you, it's your authentic love and care, and constantly thinking about how can we make this more fun and more interesting and more engaging for our kids. And that then trickles to the rest of us. I love it so much, and I'm so grateful for it. So I wanted to thank you for that big time. I did have one quick question about enrollment too, actually, because I was trying to align numbers with the enrollment report that we'll be getting later. Is the enrollment now, the 56 students that you mentioned, are those just the white and mixed ethnicity students, or is that total?
That's total.
That's total. Okay, that's what I thought.
Campus,
okay.
Yeah, on Infinite Campus, that's how it shows.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you.
We might get some more. We do have 2 that did drop off because of the Delta variant, and they're supposed to come back if vaccines are available to kids. So that would be November, December. One would be a fourth grader and one would be a TKer.
Yep. The latest date I've heard is still October 30th, I think, is the deadline. But yeah, figure November, December, hopefully after they get inoculated and everything.
The mom works at Sequoia.
Mhm.
And so I think she would wait for, the 2 weeks, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
Sophia, we're right. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I really appreciate seeing is how now that you have these ELD students trying to do what makes sense, right? Like the district should all be on the same line with ELD standards, and you reaching out and getting Maravillas is awesome. I know myself as a parent, I appreciated Maravillas because when my daughter was pulled out from ELD, it aligned with what the rest of the students were being taught in regular like English. So I think thank you, Leticia, for getting that curriculum, and thank you, Miss Silvera, for offering it to these new ELD students in your school. Thank you.
And I want to thank Alyssa for partnering with me and providing it, because it's just wonderful how everybody supports each other. But I agree with you, Lisa, the push-in is much more dynamic.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you for your time and thank you for being here and invite us and keep us updated and of all the great and wonderful things you guys are doing. So appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Sure. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie.
Okay. Next is another presentation. No, that's not enough. No, it's an action item. It's 5, because we did 5A and 5B, correct?
No, 5B is now the next item. It is a presentation. And Mr. Owens will actually be presenting on student enrollment and attendance reports.
Sorry, just kidding. Thank you.
No worries. I do want to say that as Jason's coming on board here, you'll see in that first school presentation, that agenda will probably be the agenda that we'll ask all schools to use. And it includes sort of the challenge that we came up with, which is 3 glows and 1 grow. 3 glows meaning 3 things they're proud of, 1 grow meaning something they're working on. And so with a growth mindset, with positive psychology, we're trying to make sure that we say, hey, these are the things we're good at. This is what we want to work at. And Mr. Owens will probably speak to attendance and enrollment.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. McFetridge. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak with you tonight. I'm afraid this might not be quite as exciting as Debbie's presentation. I don't have as many cute pictures and engaging events, but enlightening nonetheless. Next slide, please, Rosie. So when we discuss attendance and the various different ways that we have for enrollment, there's a number of terms that we have and they can be very confusing, especially if you don't deal with them every day. It's taken me a little bit of time to learn the different things and their differences. So if you'll walk with me down this little path of vocabulary lesson, our attendance rate is average daily attendance. So simply, the number of days divided by the total number of instructional days. Chronic absenteeism, students are considered chronically absent if they are absent at least 10% of instructional days. Chronic absenteeism can be excused or unexcused or any combination thereof. It is just absenteeism. Home hospital instruction is providing instruction to a student with a temporary disability in the student's home or hospital. So for example, someone breaks a leg and they're unable to come to school, they're in traction or what have you, we would get a contract, get a teacher, and that person would go to the hospital and work with that student. Course-based independent study is where students participate in independent study in conjunction with courses taken in the classroom setting. Some of you may have heard that as somewhat hybrid scheduling. Short-term independent study is a voluntary alternative to classroom instruction. And basically it's a minimum of 3 days and no longer than 14 days. So this is something that has got a new terminology to it. Prior to that, it was just if a student was out for more than 3 days, or less than 14, they would, write into the teacher and say, we're going to be absent, we're going to need some work, or we are absent, can we request work to pick up? And while the student is out of school and doing that work, they are indeed working independently. So that term has been changed. Now it is short-term independent study, and that is from 3 days and no longer than 14. Once you get to 14 days, it's called traditional independent study. And traditional independent study is a program that we've had K-12 for many, many years in Cabrillo. It's been facilitated through Pillar CEDOS, and COVID has brought this, this program more to light because we do have more students that were in it last year and then again this year. Some of the folks are in it for various reasons, but it is a pretty much standard program of you have to be a minimum of 15 days, and usually it goes, people are usually in it for a semester or a year. They can move back and forth, but typically they stay in it for a chunk of time, if you will. And then truancy is a student missing more than 30 minutes of instructions without an excuse 3 times during the school year. So if you are truant, it means that you do not have excused absences. So if a student decides that they're not going to come to class for whatever reason, if there is no parent or guardian or the adult responsible for that student calling in to let us know they're coming, those students who miss classes without a parent call are considered truant. So that is different from chronic absenteeism. Next slide, please. I'm going to get into the numbers with you just briefly. We currently have 2,733 students in Cabrillo Unified, and here are our totals by school and by grade. Debbie and I, we got to talk. She's got 56, I have 55. Where'd that extra kid come from, Debbie? Anyway, we will figure that out. But these are our numbers based from the last enrollment report. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but if there's questions at the end, I'm happy to answer them. Rosie, could we move to the next one, please? This is our independent study roster. It lets you know what their home school is and what grade they're in, and then how many total. So we do have 48 students that are enrolled in independent study. And again, that is for students who are enrolled in it for 15 days or longer. And these students have all been with us pretty much since the beginning of the year. We filled up very quickly. So our staff limit, all of our staff is now over. And have additional FTEs added to them to be able to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students. With
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
Jason, does this include the course-based independent study as well as the traditional independent study, these numbers?
This is everybody. Yeah, this is all the independent study folks.
Okay, thanks.
Of course. And then I think it's important to note, I forgot what I was going to say. It'll come back to me, and when it does, I'll
Sorry.
No, it's all right. No worries at all. So independent study, again, 15 days or more. We've had our students since the beginning of the school year, and all of our teachers have gone over full-time in their contracts to be able to make sure that we are meeting all the different needs of all the different types of students that are independent study. Next slide, please. So here is attendance. We use, it's called A2A, and they help us monitor our attendance through our integrated attendance system called Infinite Campus. And then A2A helps us with the letters and make sure that we are reminding folks about school and coming to school and what's happening. And we send these again to students who are chronically absent or truant or both. Here are the number of students and then our daily attendance rates. 2021, we had higher attendance, and the reason that is because during the 2021 school year when we were remote, if a student participated in any way, they were considered present for school. And so it was, I don't want to say easier because I think that that's not the best term to use, but students could be counted as present in a different way than they can this year. This year, they actually have to, physically be there to make sure that they're counted as attendance. So we did see a little bit of a drop in our normal attendance. We went from 96.2 last year to 95.7. But most of the trends in attendance that we would expect are there. I don't feel, based on looking at this, that a lot of this is really a surprise at all. The only thing that's a little bit shocking to me is I didn't realize we lost, we went from 2931 to 2773 students. So we are definitely declining. And I'm curious to see, as things change with vaccinations and things of that nature, if we have students return. There's been some phone calls at Pillar CEDOS about, you know, we're thinking about independent study, but we're not sure. And we think we want to come back in person when the vaccinations are over. And so there's lots of phone calls and conversations we're facilitating about those things, but, you know, I unfortunately can't include that in our data. Chronic absenteeism. So these are students who either have their unexcused absences, excused absences, or a combination thereof. They are chronic absenteeism. And so if we look through, there was last year, you know, and again, it's important to note that if a student participated through communicating with their teacher, through being on a Zoom, through homework, one of those things or any combination thereof, they could be considered present. So it is not surprising that when students have to come to school physically after a pandemic, that we would see an increase from last year to this year in chronic absenteeism, and seeing it in ways that are pretty big. We have, yeah.
If I could ask, in terms of the way it's calculated, because we're only partway through, it would make sense. So is it based on the percentage absent compared to, I mean, we've had fewer days. So, I mean, how many school days do we have in a year?
We have 185, I want to say. No, that's teacher days, 180 roughly.
Okay, so 180, but we're only, what, 60
we're probably
days, 70 some, I don't know.
I don't even think that far. I think it's more like 50.
Okay, so we're not that far. So I'm just thinking the math may be part of what's making it look like higher percentages.
So when I look at that, so chronic absenteeism is defined as anyone who has missed 10% or more.
Right.
Of the school days. So if they've missed 10% of 50 or 10% of 100, they've still missed 10%. And so that's how the chronic absenteeism is reported, is that it's a percentage of the days. So for example, a student, like let's say they, you know, in the first month of school, there was, we'll say 16 days, and they missed 6 of them because they were out sick, but then the rest of the year they continue to attend school, then of course they're not chronically absent anymore because the percentage shrinks as the number of days.
But 6 days out of 50 is still going to show you as chronic.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
So
I get your point. Kim, that this should come back to the board potentially in the spring, so you get to see what those numbers look like then.
Oh, it should come back in the spring, and then definitely again at the end of the year. Because I think the end of the year, the spring will give us a snapshot of where we are halfway, and then at the end of the year will give us a clear picture of what our year looked like altogether. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it will go down.
I hope so. I do hope so. Yeah, that's my hope. And I do think that, you know, people are extremely cautious right now with all the COVID warnings. And, you know, if someone isn't feeling well, they do take the precaution instead of sending students to school to keep them home. So we do have to take all those different things into account. When we calculated it with A2A, there's a 2.9% increase of these numbers that we have to account to CEA or COVID related absences. And that means that students were kept home because they were not feeling well and they were pending a COVID test. It doesn't mean that they were diagnosed with COVID or had COVID. It just means that that was the reason that they stayed home, was some type of COVID related absence. So I want to make sure that I'm clear about that piece as well. Okay, next slide, please. So truancy. And this again is students who are absent, and these are not excused. So essentially students who may leave class early or not attend class, or, come more than 30 minutes late to a class or a period. So here are, for example, Cunha, we have 681 students total. There are 11 that are considered truant. So that's 1.6% of the students. That was last year. And then this year, we have 639 students. There are 26 that are considered truant, and that's 4.1%. And again, because last year, if you participated in any way, you could be considered present. I did anticipate this increase because we're back. And then we're back with a lot of considerations of people. And I appreciate our parents and our communities and their diligence to keeping everybody safe in keeping students home when they have it. So the chronic absenteeism we would count. And then for truancy, we do talk with the students, and they have counseling sessions, and we kind of figure out that, some of the parents just can't call, or they don't for whatever reason. So we work with those students to figure out how we can help remove the barriers that are keeping them home. Any questions on that one? All right, next slide, please. We broke it down by grade level, by school for your reference. If you want to take a look at those, it can prove interesting based on some numbers. As you would expect, usually the younger grades tend to have more they tend to have a higher rate, and then sometimes as it gets older, they tend to drop off a little bit. So you'll see, like, usually the highest rates, the trajectory is typically like TKK are typically like the folks that are most attending, and then it goes down a little bit, not noticeably, but like 1% or 2. Okay, next slide, please. This is the middle school. So just to give you a snapshot of what that looks like by grade and the attendance rate. And then our next one is high school. So Half Moon Bay and Pilarcitos. And then I believe that's it. And we have time for questions.
Thank you, Jason, for that presentation.
I'm sorry it wasn't exciting as Debbie's, but I try.
Thank you. Anyone, Mary Beth?
I just had a comment. I just wanted to give a shout out to you for the independent study program. I've had numerous parents come to me, with problems with kids, hard coming back to school after COVID, and maybe not wanting to be there the full day or just take a few classes independent study. And I know that you've been really flexible with helping these kids do what's best for them. And I know those people really appreciate that. So I just wanted to give a shout out for that, and being able to accommodate them and figuring out and helping do what's best for those kids. So thanks for that.
Thank you. I'm very fortunate to have 4 very extremely dedicated teachers who are really willing to look at things in all kinds of different ways to make the independent study program effective and important, because that is something now that the legislation has changed. And while we've always done it, now there's more eyes on it, and there's different regulations to it. For example, elementary kids have to have daily contact, where previously it was weekly. And so those increases in the way that we're juggling schedules and making things work, it's been exciting. It's been fun. It's also been a little, oh my, but we're making it happen. And I couldn't speak more highly of the Pilarcitos teachers for making all that work.
I think we should say their names. Lizeth Bendanya.
We have Lizeth Bendanya, and she is also our lead teacher because I'm principal there, but I'm also have my other positions. So she runs the daily operations.
Courtney Pereira.
Dudley Hughes.
And Mr.
Courtney
Berrigan
Pereira
from Half Moon Bay High School.
And Michael Berrigan. Yeah, and 3 of those teachers are currently 1.4.
They are working way above their normal level. Jason, thank you, and thank them for doing that work for us in our time of need.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll let them know.
I had a couple questions too, Jason, but first I wanted to second what Mary Beth just said, and also related to my comments about Debbie and just your dedication to kids and the teachers that you just mentioned, their dedication to kids and kind of meeting them where they are and kind of taking them as the focal point for what we do together. I think is phenomenal and so greatly appreciated. So thank you for that. And thank you for presenting the data. Of course, the quantitative is never nearly as cute as kids, playing with worms. It's just not, but it is also important, as you said, and definitely, I think it's important for us to keep in our minds that we have lost about, I'm guessing around, sounds like ballpark around 11% of enrollment compared to last year, going from 29 something to 27 something ish, 10%, whatever ish. So that's important. So it'll be interesting to see to what extent that creeps back as younger kids can get vaccinated. And also the chronic absence numbers are definitely concerning because as you mentioned, it is to be expected for sure, given the circumstances. And I just hope, I'm curious, like kind of the process for like how we're addressing those absences. If and I do believe those are real. I believe those numbers are real because it is, like you said, 10% of however many days we've had. And through the course of the year, kids will have more time to show up to school, but they'll also have more time to not show up to school. So I think this is real data and we should take it seriously. Although again, as the threat of COVID subsides, we hope during the course of the year and can reasonably expect, hopefully we'll have fewer COVID related absences, but still being at 14% or whatever, if only about 2.9% were COVID related or potential illnesses that could be COVID that ended up not being COVID, that's still pretty high. Do you have a sense of kind of what the root causes are? I mean, I could probably guess, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure. Most of the increases in absences and the things that we're seeing when we speak with parents is that, they're keeping students home because they're being cautious. They want to make sure, like, they'll wake up and say, oh, my child has a runny nose today. They're sneezing. I don't know that it's not COVID. I don't know that it is. I think I'm going to be safe and make sure that they stay home and we'll go get tested. And then that takes a day or two to make those processes happen. So that's been mostly what's been going on. There's also been folks when they have multiple children in their family, if one of the students is sick, before you may have sent your other children to school and kept the one child who was ill home. Well, now because you could be asymptomatic and there are different pieces of COVID out there that people are saying, oh, I'm going to keep my whole family home. So I'm going to keep all 4 kids home instead of just one, because that one just might not, the other ones might just not show symptoms yet or things like that. So that's also increasing our absenteeism. But those are things that, like you said, I do feel as the year goes on, fingers crossed, and we are able to not be as worried that those numbers will change. I do think that the truest picture of leveling out will be in the fall, because I think this year's gonna wave for us as there may be other variants or things that we don't know what we don't know. But I do appreciate the parents being cautious and making sure that we're keeping our community safe. They play a huge role in what we do every day, and safety is our primary key. So
yeah, again, that makes sense, because looking at the dashboard, I think we're about 7% for the previous year. So maybe we're double that now, but because of the caution, it's like, okay, it's just something we have to do now. And as much as we can support those students, because being out sick, especially upper grades, can be very difficult and stressful. When you're missing school, maybe younger, it's like kind of okay, but especially as the kids get older, I know I've heard from many families concerns about being out and having to catch up, and it can be a challenge. So that's important. And just the last thought was, thank you for your pragmatic approach towards the truancy, because I think you're definitely right that there's that little nuance of excused versus unexcused absences. And if you're a parent that doesn't have the understanding or the ability or the time to call in and say, my kid is sick because of XYZ, they get a slapped with a absence that's unexcused and they show up as truant, and it's a pretty low threshold of 3 days to be marked as truant. That's pretty low. So I appreciate your kind of pragmatic approach to supporting families to share information about excused absences, so they don't get that nasty letter no one likes to get.
I do try my very hardest to make sure that we're talking with parents and saying, hey, what can we do to help you? What's happening? What's going on? And 9 times out of 10, the conversations go very well. I mean, we're all here to help kids. We're not here to be punitive about, whether it's chronic absenteeism or whether it's truancy, we're not here to judge why they're gone, just to help whatever we can do to remove the barriers so they can get here.
But Jason, just real quick, following up on that question, has there been any evidence of kind of the more mental health hesitation with school returning and any of these absences, whether excused or unexcused? We talk about the COVID-related fears, but there's also kind of this transition back for kids going to in-person where it can be kind of overwhelming. We talked about that, and Mary Beth, thank you for that flexibility with independent study and all of that. But has that been a part of, I want to make sure that we're being sensitive to that in some of just these random absences as well, because that also could be playing a part in it. I guess that's my kind of question, comment, combo.
Yeah, it absolutely plays a part. It plays a part in the truancy piece. It plays a part in the chronic absenteeism piece. And it also plays a part in our students who've enrolled in independent study. So that is something that we are looking at and working on addressing with SLS. And we have some counseling interns and our school counselors to reach out to students and continue to build those relationships and let them know that that the two-way conversations are open, and we're here and we're happy to help you do whatever we can to have you feel comfortable coming to school again.
For everybody, SLS is schooling services, and also ATA, attention to attendance. That data, when it comes to us, that attention, we pay attention to that data, and we have principals, counselors, schooling services, counselors, psychologists looking out for that kind of issue because they are red flags potentially of other issues. I do want to remind us that if there is a hand raised, we will take it, but we do not see any.
Thank you, Sean, for the
we have one
Wait.
in the
Sarah's hand
Me.
raised.
So my question is similar to Sophia's. So in terms of truancy and missing school with unexcused absences, I was wondering what the punishment is for that, for the 3 unexcused absences. And then from a more positive look on it, what are we doing to support that and help students who are missing school unexcused? Or what can we be doing? Because this has been an issue before COVID. And I know that it's probably mainly sickness and people are being overly cautious, but I imagine there's also some portion that are missing it to pick up extra work shifts to support their family, or helping take care of other children, or just skipping school for other reasons. So I was curious what we are doing, if anything, to help that.
So many things. I'm glad you asked. So when the letters come out from A2A, there is a protocol that we follow as far as if you've received X amount of letters, there's a conference with the parents. If we don't reach folks, we do home visits to make sure that people are safe and that there isn't something going on that we should be concerned about. We are making sure that we're reaching out to the students, the parents, and finding out, like, what can we do to help? Is there an anxiety issue? Are they sick? What's happening? When students, like you said, skip school, when that happens, we have conversations with the counselors, and then we look at the different records or the trajectories, like, did something happen? You can usually look in someone's academic record and see, oh, they were, a student that got these type of grades and this type of attendance, and then it dropped off. What happened there that caused that drop off? And then how do we help to repair what happened there to make sure that we can then start going back up the trajectory that students need to access education. So it's through mental health counseling, academic counseling, principals and counselors reaching out. And then what happens too is truancy versus chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism takes longer before the district really gets deeply involved, because the adults that are responsible are saying, we know about this and we're okay with that. And they're the responsible parties for those students. So that we hold off a little bit, but when they're truant, we get involved more quickly, and the contact is more quickly, and the stakes escalate much more quickly to get to me. And then it can go as far as the county level and courts if we need to go that far to ensure that we're going to have a student come to school, and what supports we can do along the way, and what county supports and states. Like, there's so many different pieces. I mean, I could talk about it for days, that we can do, and the interventions we would take, and different pieces and entities that we would call depending on what the students and the parents share with us is the reason. So yeah, I hope that helps answer, but I'm happy to talk with you more about it. There's a lot of things that we do.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Can we go to the hand raised, Rosie? Is there a hand raised?
There are no hands raised.
Oh, just kidding. Okay. Any more comments, questions, concerns? Jason, thank you. Like always, thank you for being here, and thank you for the presentation and your time.
Thank you for your time tonight. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
We will. Thank you.
Well, I'll be here along with you, just not on the camera. Bye.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you. All right. Moving along, we have item 5C, and that is the proclamation endorsing November as National Native American Heritage Month. Dr. McFetridge.
Thank you very much. I'll be presenting on this, and I'll ask Rosie to pull up the proclamation itself. This has been months in the making, and fortunately, it has developed into a new relationship with the Ramaytush Ohlone leader of the Association of Ramaytush Ohlone, Jonathan Cordero, who served as a thought partner in this. And my goal was to make sure that we reached out, just as we have with other proclamations, and as we looked at banners to try to see if we could get some input. You'll see the new proclamation here. It is the same as we brought to you last year. It says, whereas National Native American Heritage Month recognizes the lives and accomplishments of the original inhabitants of what is known now as the United States, and whereas Native Americans have made distinct and important contributions to California, the United States, and the rest of the world in many different ways, and whereas today there are more than 100 federally recognized tribes in California, more than any other state in the union, and whereas the United States Bureau of Census determined in 2010, there were over 720,000 individuals in the state of California of Native American descent, making it the largest Native American population in the 50 states. And whereas Americans of all ages recognize the outstanding achievements and contributions of this nation's original inhabitants and their descendants. And whereas at the time of first European contact, the San Francisco and Monterey Bay areas were the home to over 50 native tribes, each with its own territories. And whereas today the independent tribes of the San Francisco Peninsula are known collectively as the Ramaytush Ohlone people, I want to note that last year this proclamation said Ohlone people. This year we are centering this on this area and the Ramaytush Ohlone who were here, and their ancestral past spans 10,000 years, reaching back to what is known as the Ice Age and predating European contact that just happened a few years ago. Many people will think about Cabrillo coming here in the 1500s, but it wasn't really until the 1700s that we started really having European contact here in any kind of significance. So they were here thousands of years before us, before Europeans and whites, I should say. And whereas Cabrillo Unified School District and the Coastside community recognize the importance of understanding the history of this area, particularly with regard to the Ramaytush Ohlone people who lived here first. Now, therefore it be it proclaimed, the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board recognizes November as National Native American Heritage Month, as we did last year, but we have added these other, furthermore, be it proclaims. This one says, be it proclaimed that the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board acknowledges that CUSD schools and properties are located on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples who were the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. I want to make note here that many people in California are now doing land acknowledgement, and this would be your first step as a board to officially acknowledge that this land is the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. They were the original inhabitants. It was not our land. It was their land, and it was taken from them. And so it is important, I think, to understand the history and to acknowledge that. And that is why I've added it in this language. And I want to thank Jonathan Cordero again for the work he does and the work that others do in land acknowledgement processes. And furthermore, be it proclaimed that the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board hereby authorizes and encourages staff to build upon our relationship with the Ramaytush Ohlone to plan and develop ways we can teach our children and our community about the lives and accomplishments of local Indigenous people. And furthermore, be it proclaimed that the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board hereby supports the use of curricula and display of banners at CUSD school sites in November every year to help students understand the importance of Native American Heritage Month. And again, we should be doing this every month. It is the original history of this land. And thus I present to this and staff recommends approval of this. I want to thank again, Jonathan Cordero of the Ramaytush Ohlone, and I want to thank members of the American Indian Cultural Center of San Francisco who also have co-sponsored this year's banner that we've created for this. And we recommend approval. I'm happy to take questions, but I'm also trying to get us through this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we move on to discussion, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second?
I'll second.
And I see no hands raised from the public about this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Like always, thank you for not only claiming that we are an inclusive district, but going forward and doing these kind of proclamations and making these banners, just really speak to what we really believe in. And as a minority, I just, I think it's one thing to say that people are open and that they are accepting, but you make it beyond, you solidify it and you make it real, and thank you for doing these things. Thank you very much.
There's work for us to do to acknowledge our past and our present and to be better guests on land that is not really ours. And so I've been very thankful and very humbled by being able to work with some of our Native American brothers and sisters in this regard. And I do think the banners, I mean, people can say proclamations and banners are performative, but it is a visual, it's, thing where I do also appreciate seeing Half Moon Bay High School, for example, in their videos that they do every week. They do key in on LGBTQ heritage, on Hispanic heritage, and I know they will do so for Native American heritage and the other months to come. So I do think this is the step on how we sort of begin to structure and institutionalize how we do this going forward.
This is an amazing step, and this is definitely a great beginning, so thank you.
Just want to reiterate the thanks, Sean, for bringing this to us and for your work and the expansion. I think that's really exciting with the actual naming of the tribe in this particular area and the sub-tribe of the Ohlone. So I think that's really wonderful, and hopefully we can build on it, and hopefully then also it is included in the curriculum in that way. And I also want to recommend, I just finished this book today. I don't know if any of you have read it, but Braiding Sweetgrass, Indigenous Wisdom, Scientific Knowledge and the Teachings of Plants. It's by a woman, Robin Wall Kimmerer, who is a scientist, a botanist, and also a Native American from New York, although she's from the Potawatomi tribe ethnically. So it's just a really wonderful distillation of her experience being a scientist and also a Native American and kind of the Native environmental philosophy. So I wanted to recommend that.
I will say one thing that Jonathan Cordero told me was, hey, it comes down to some basic principles: take care of the land and take care of each other, right? So I thank you. That Braiding Sweetgrass is a book my mother-in-law gave me, so thank you for bringing it up, Fran.
I'll just say thank you and all the stuff you guys said. I fully agree, and this is so important and so well done. And I hope it can continue to provide inspiration for making this more and more the fabric of who we are, so that we, one day won't need months because it'll just be embedded in our years. So thank you.
I will close by saying this was poignant too, because I did hear some complaints this year about October 11th being named as Columbus Day, which is very offensive to a lot of people. We know it as Indigenous Peoples Day now. And in Mexico and Latin America, this would be called Dia de la Raza, to sort of acknowledge mestizaje, and the idea of the mixing of races, la raza cósmica, I think it would be also known as. And I would say that there's a lot of intersectionality that goes between Hispanic Heritage Month, LGBTQ Heritage Month, and with Native American Heritage Month. So I just think it's great that we have more and more opportunities to talk about all peoples, all our brothers and sisters.
Thank you. No more comments or any?
Should we do
item.
roll call?
Yes, roll call. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you. Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is 5B. Adoption of the resolution number 17-21 endorsing November 17th, 2021 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Dr. McFetrich, will you present?
Yes, we've done this before too. Ruby Bridges was a freedom fighter and helped integrate schools. I think Rosie will bring up the resolution. She was a child, was the first Black child to integrate the school where she attended when she was 7 years old. I've had the privilege of meeting her because in my last district, we actually had a school named after her. But what's interesting about coming here to San Mateo County is that in South San Francisco, there was a class and a teacher and I think fifth graders who then reached out and made a push to make this Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day on November 17th to honor the fact that she took that brave walk to integrate the school. And police had to accompany her on that. And many families then boycotted going to school because they didn't want an integrated school, but eventually attended. And so she is a living icon. She was an American activist. She walked to school nearly every day. She became a symbol of the civil rights movement at age 6, the youngest of a group of African-American students designated to integrate schools in the American South. On November 14, 1960, she was the only student in the group to enroll in William Frantz Elementary School in New Orleans. On her first day of school, she was escorted by 4 federal marshals, spent the entire day in the principal's office as irate parents marched into the school to remove their children. Ruby Bridges stood for equality and desegregation in the early 60s. She's currently the chair of the Ruby Bridges Foundation, which she formed in 1999 to promote the values of tolerance, respect, and appreciation of all differences. And she's asserted that racism is a grown-up disease and we must stop using our children to spread it. In 2018, scholars of Deborah Carlino's 5th grade class from Martin Elementary School in the South San Francisco Unified School District learned about Ruby Bridges and were advocates for the adoption of a Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day as a way to honor Ruby's role in the civil rights movement. And every year, that 5th grade class, in conjunction with the San Mateo County Office of Education Safe Routes to School program, leads this effort, which has led to a county-wide Walk to School Day. I will tell you that now I understand that Mark Berman and state senators have put a resolution to make this a California-wide day to honor Ruby Bridges and her work. And Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board and I support an educational environment that emphasizes inclusion, acceptance, and equality for all. And thus we would ask you to resolve that we approve the adoption of Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. It is honored annually on November 14th or on the following Wednesday when November 14th falls on a weekend. And this year it will be on Wednesday, November 17th, because the 14th I think would be a Sunday, and we recommend approval.
Thank
I am
you.
checking for hands raised.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. And once again, you outdid yourself by just being so inclusive and promoting inclusivity. And if you think about it, wasn't that long ago. And so thank you for bringing this to the board and for adoption. Does anyone have any comments or? Okay. No hands up. So with that, roll call, Rosie?
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
thank you. Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
5+1.
Thank you, Rosie. Next item is item 5E, approval of CUSD equity statement. Dr. McFetrich, would you introduce this to us?
Yes, at our last regularly scheduled board meeting, you had a first read of this. And just to give you some background on this, as Rosie brings it up in English, there's also a Spanish translation. We went through that last time. We told you the backstory of this. Last spring, President Cortez, Ms. Lane, and I attended a California School Boards Association Equity Symposium for 4 Saturdays, I think, and met with other superintendents and board members up and down the state, and have worked on the equity statement, tried to make it as simple as possible. I do want to kind of go through this quickly, but then I want to be able to invite Dr. Taylor Mendoza, co-side resident and president of College of San Mateo, and Nancy McGee, co-side resident and superintendent of San Mateo County Office of Education, to speak to this item because they've been partners in this work and they've been instrumental into my own thinking and bringing this to you. Equity in education is defined as the targeted allocation of resources based on critical unmet needs, so all students may develop to their full academic and social emotional potential. These resources may include adequate funding, rigorous and culturally meaningful curriculum, instruction and enrichment, technology, family engagement, and social emotional support or other specialized support services. In bold, in CUSD, we firmly believe all students can succeed when given support and experiences they need. Academic outcomes in school districts, including CUSD, have long been predictable due to a variety of student characteristics such as race, ethnicity, home language, national origin, family income, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, family educational attainment, religion, and immigration status. While achievement gaps in public education can be attributed to complex societal and historical factors, we regard all learners as having promise, and we pledge to help all students achieve their potential. As leaders in our community, it's our responsibility to guide strategic district actions and leverage partnerships so opportunity gaps disappear and all can access academic excellence. To ensure all students achieve at high levels, we need to focus on student needs and a review of data to determine additional support. This work requires collaboration, continuous improvement, and commitment to the work required for success of all students. When all our students are empowered to choose their own paths to thrive in college, career, and life, rather than those paths being predetermined or predictable based on individual or family characteristics, then we will be successful in achieving our mission of serving every child every day and getting students what they need when they need it. I just do want to say that that tagline at the end, that last conclusion, is words from President Cortez. This is about getting students what they need when they need it. And there is implicit in that a recognition that we need to do more. We've seen the data, we know we need to do more, and that means resource allocation to folks who need it and to meet their critical unmet needs so they're all college, career, and life ready. I want to stop here, and before anybody begins to speak to this, I do want to invite my colleagues and good friends, Dr. Taylor Mendoza and Nancy McGee, our superintendent of San Mateo County Office of Education, to speak to this, and I will stop talking.
I didn't know. Nancy, do you want to go first, or would you like me to?
President Taylor Mendoza, you are first up.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I mean, gosh, good evening, board members and Superintendent McFetrich. Thank you so much, Sean, for allowing me to be here tonight. I'm super excited. Of course, educators and community members. My name is Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza. And let me just say, it's been awesome being just hearing the board and the proclamation and the resolutions, it's just been really great how you're honoring communities of color. So I'm actually happy that the equity, the equity statement has, came towards more the middle, because it gave me an opportunity to hear. So thank you for that. It's been wonderful listening. I also want to thank you for the feedback and support on the editorial I wrote. I grew up believing that when you see something, you say something. And as an educator, it is important for us to have brave conversations around issues of equity, because this is both hard work and it's heart work, right? Heart, H-E-A-R-T. I am excited to support and acknowledge the work by Cabrillo Unified School District leadership team in drafting an equity statement to better meet the needs of students and the Half Moon Bay community at large. An equity-minded district is essential to fully serving our community. How we consciously and conscientiously articulate our commitment to service both helps us to review and improve policies and procedures and practices, while at the same time reinforcing our commitment to ensuring that all students have the resources and opportunities to succeed. And emphasizing equitable outcomes for our students, our institutions take on the right and the noble responsibility of ensuring students reach their fullest potential, whatever their challenges, whatever their backgrounds. So we stand together with CUSD and our community partners, sharing in our common responsibility. At the College of San Mateo, for example, we are reimagining teaching and learning and holistically dealing with not only the students, but families as well. Through our dual enrollment programs, as Dr. McFetridge mentioned, and technology allocations and focus on basic needs and social wellness service, as well as our Promise Scholars program, I don't know if some of you heard about, which is a 3-year free tuition program. We are striving at the College of San Mateo and our district at large to increase access to college while ensuring equitable success for all students. And working with local nonprofits and community services, the College of San Mateo strives to help all members of the community realize educational opportunities from career technical education to humanities and science. And this is for generations, right? It's not just now, but for beyond. As we articulate in our own college equity, or what we call at the College of San Mateo, our solidarity statement, which is on our website, we believe that CSM must provide a liberatory education to empower all now and for future generations. We are proud to learn lessons from the past in order to better serve students in our local communities. The College of San Mateo will be 100 soon, so we're celebrating our centennial, and I'm so excited that Dr. McFetridge is part of that committee planning. But for us, the centennial marks a turning point in the life of the college and marks our realization that we have the power to design and decide who we are and who we will be moving into the next century. A question we are asking ourselves is, how will we define educational excellence moving forward as we ensure all students are being served? Our humanity binds us and our common purpose guides us. I wish you all a great evening, and I thank you for this opportunity to address you. And I'm excited about the partnerships that we are having and the work that we're going to be doing moving forward. As I told Sean, I'm looking forward to getting into some good trouble.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor Mendoza, for speaking tonight, for writing the editorial in response to the data that we provided earlier, to speaking to the equity statement, and for doing the work and walking the talk and being part of welcoming coast-side students who previously have not had access or representation. It means so much to us. Thank you, Dr. Taylor Mendoza.
Good evening, Board President Cortez, members of the board, Dr. McFetridge, and then my good friends, Mr. Contreras and Rosie Acosta, Nice to see you. I do want to say, Dr. Taylor Mendoza, working with you over the last several months has been an honor, and I'm so excited about the work that we can do together in this space. I have to say that I couldn't be more full right now. And that's not from dinner, that's from listening to your board meeting that has so much inspiring work going on. From the equity work to your commitment to environmental justice, which we're deeply committed to at the County Office of Education, to tarantulas named Charlotte. I don't know what more I could be celebrating tonight. So let's talk about your equity statement. And many of the board members in San Mateo County attended an equity network 2 years ago with board teams. What I understand in Cabrillo is that the board members, along with Dr. McFetridge, attended the CSBA Equity Network. And so this isn't just, a piece of paper with 3 paragraphs to it. This is years of thought, effort, and work, stakeholder engagement and shaping. And I have to say that in my, in my short term as county superintendent at this point, I have seen real transformational change occurring in our communities. And it's because of courageous leaders like Dr. McFetridge, who can name the challenges and talk and use the language and stand in front and say what's true without hiding from where it's hard and painful. And I honor both Dr. McFetridge and the board, the Cabrillo Unified School District community, for such a powerful statement. I think the thing that I love the most is that you come to the end and say, we know we're successful when all of our students can access college, career, and thrive in life in an equitable way. So you name the problem, and then you state that your success is when every single student has access to those opportunities to succeed. So I admit that we're a little bit behind you. I love living on the coast side and having Cabrillo being my school district. I'm gonna lean in with you guys and learn from you and have you inspire us at the county office to get our equity statement going. Unfortunately, we've been deep in equity work of pulling our county through a pandemic. And through that, we've seen the true inequities that exist in our communities. And so together with you, Dr. Taylor Mendoza, with you, Dr. McFetridge, and with you, the school board members of Cabrillo Unified School District and your community, I stand right with you in standing up for equity, talking the talk, walking the walk, and doing the work.
Thank you so much. It's an honor and a privilege to have you guys here and take the time to just support us in this great work that we're all doing all together as a district. So thank you. Me personally, I went to CSM. I have no idea how I did it, but I did it. And so it's very emotional to know that you have this 3-year free tuition, opportunity, which is like amazing. And I want to, just take the time to say thank you for that. And I'm confident that with Dr. McFetridge and the counselors and the people working with our students, we will do our best to take advantage of it. And lastly, I also just wanted to just throw in, maybe I don't want to push it, but because we are remotely isolated, I think it would be nice in the future to also have more accessibility as in regards to transportation. I know that you know, Samtrans is available, but it's like one time I had to take one bus to take the other bus would made me late, and I was stuck like for 2 hours. So it was almost like, do I really need to do what am I doing? You know, so it was one of those. So I think that's also something to consider because of our remote location and limit transportation. So, but I mean, hey, 3 years free. I'll go back to school. No, thank you so much, and thank you for everything. It's so much appreciated. And I went without asking. Will we, before we open it to discussion, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Sophia.
Seconded.
Thank you, Kim. And any feedback, discussion, questions anyone else has?
I just want to thank thank Superintendent McGee, who has made so many things possible to us in the time that I've been here, has been a thought partner to me through many things when we were in fiscal crisis. And then during this COVID pandemic, we would not have all the things we've had here during the COVID pandemic without you, Nancy. And I've never seen anyone work more tirelessly than you during this time. And I thank you so much for that. We're very fortunate to have you as a partner. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza, Dr. Taylor Mendoza, you're also a fantastic partner to us. I'm just really grateful for you coming tonight.
Thank you. I just want to thank you both for being here as well. And thank you, Sean, for leading us through this process, and Lizette for working with us. It's funny, as Nancy was speaking, I realized like, probably if I were to add up like the number of hours I've thought, studied, talked, read, whatever about the topic of equity that kind of led up to this statement, it's probably literally hundreds and hundreds of hours, because it does relate and does integrate with so much of what we do in our district at the county level. And I think it's so perfect that we have the two of you here as partners, because I think equity doesn't happen with one person in a classroom with a bunch of kids. That's just the kind of the end stage of it. I think it takes a lot of work amongst us as grown-ups, working with students as well, working with families, and it's a big community and collaborative effort to get to those to that vision that we articulated in the statement there. So I think it's just a perfect symbol that we have two great partners here with us that symbolizes how this journey is it takes all of us going together in that direction. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to require a lot of change. And Dr. Taylor Mendoza spoke a lot about that. And as you have Dr. McFetridge, but that's all the more why we need each other to get there. And yeah, so I'm really super grateful. And this really means a lot to me. And I know a lot of people in our community, and it took a lot of time to come up with just 3 paragraphs that wouldn't be 100 pages long. So that I think is a side of success too. So thank you, everybody.
I want to thank Rosie Acosta and Josefina Infonson also for translating and reading the statement in Spanish also. So we will work now on announcing that once you approve it, assuming you're approving it, we will work to message this to the Coastside and the Cabrillo Unified School District community in English and in Spanish, so that everyone knows what it means and what we plan to do about it.
So just wanted to say thank you again to Sean and Lizette and Sophia for leading this for the district. And it was great that we all got a chance to look at it in our study session as well, and just fully supportive, and also very excited about the next steps with this, the parts in our policy where we then look at our different policies and the unintended consequences and other kinds of things. So I'm recognizing that this is awesome, and then there's more to do as we walk that next walk. So thank you so much for everything.
All right, I see the thumbs up by Mary Beth, and so thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Sean. And we look forward to continuing to work with you and continue to hopefully get your support to help us move forward. Appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you so much. No more comments? And have a good night. Thank you. And don't forget transportation. Transportation. Thank you.
I was going to say real quick, President Cortez, we're aware, we know it, we're on it. We're trying to figure it out.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. All right. Thank you. And moving along. Oh, we have to do our roll call, Rosie.
Lisa,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly, Sarah.
Here.
Thank you. 5+1.
Thank you. Next item is the approval of, it's 5F, approval of revision to CUSD administrative regulations 51 to 32 dress and grooming. Dr. McFetrich.
Yeah, so this is a revision of an administrative regulation about our expectations for basically a dress code. And this came to me, and I started hearing tell about this when I joined the district. I want to thank particularly Mary Beth Alexander, who brought it to my awareness in the beginning. And then this year, I did hear from a few mothers who were extremely concerned about how the dress code as it exists at the high school and the middle school fell short for them. And in their lived experiences, their daughters felt at times body shamed. And they told stories to me about other students who then participated in self-harm because of body issues. And we know this is a touchy issue. In my own experience in my last district, we had a similar policy that was based on the National Organization of Women's Oregon chapter model dress code policy. And we hit the national news. Last week, I saw that Turlock was in the California news for passing a very similar policy. So I'm going to ask Rosie to bring up the revision of the administrative regulation. We typically don't bring an administrative regulation to the board, but I've done this on occasion to let you know this is where we are going with this. There is a dress code, dress and grooming policy. It's pretty boilerplate from California School Boards Association, but our administrative regulation has changed greatly. And I did speak with James Barnes, Cunha administrator, because this has been an issue for families and kids at that campus. And there will be varying points of view on this. And I did speak to John Nazar, principal of Half Moon Bay High School, about this too. The truth of the matter is that the old administrative regulations said that bare midriffs were not allowed. Every time I go on those campus, I see bare midriffs. And there was clearly an issue where people were uncomfortable and understood that coming back from COVID and the concerns we have about social and emotional health and wellness, that people didn't want to call people out for how they dress. And why should adults be focused on that either? Why should school employees be focused on that either? That this, thank you, Sarah, for nodding. That to a certain extent, this is up to an individual, a child, a young person, and their families to decide how they will come to school. Prepared to learn. We want them prepared to learn, but we don't want an impediment to them being prepared to learn. And what's happened is that the dress code, being antiquated as it was causing some social emotional distress and actually pulling kids out of classes, even though the policy said we shouldn't do that. So in general, what I think when the administrative regulation comes up, eventually what I'm trying to get to is say that this will change the way we do business, that it will be the responsibility of the family and the student to know how to dress. And per the short description we have about what is allowed and what is not allowed. And if a teacher is concerned about dress, that they can tell the administrator, but not exclude the child from class, not single the child out from class. And so there are going to be some expectations there. Rosie, can you put that AR up, the revision statement, I think I need to go through it because I do think this is going to be an item that people are going to need to understand. Thank you. Okay, so this is the proposed revision and it's based on requests that I've had from families in particular and from administrators to review and update our district student dress code policies and the enforcement processes. Look, we just spent a whole time talking about respect and individual rights, about Hispanic Heritage Month, LGBTQ History Month, Native American Heritage Month, an equity statement. This is in line with our voiced commitment to promoting equity, and it's been revised to help ensure that focus on equity. And why do I say that? It's because it's often noted that student dress codes can unfortunately lead to exclusionary discipline and inequitable educational access by reinforcing cultural and gender stereotypes. In particular, establishment and enforcement of dress codes often disproportionately impact female students. We believe it's our responsibility to ensure that CUSD district-wide student dress code, not something here, not something there, but that a district-wide student dress code and its administrative enforcement will not result in a marginalization of any group based on gender, race, ethnicity, ability, religion, sexual orientation, household income, gender identity, nationality, or cultural observance. And this revised administrative regulation aims to address our stated goal of not marginalizing students in dress code enforcement in our schools, particularly women. Core values outlined in this revision are drawn from those outlined in work done in 2016 by the Oregon chapter of National Organization of Women. This is completely their value statement, which I've lifted and put here explicitly to explain my stance on this. We believe all students should be able to dress comfortably for school without fear of or actual unnecessary discipline or body shaming. We believe all students and staff should understand that they're responsible for managing their own personal distractions without regulating individual students' clothing and self-expression. And by that, what I mean by that is, and I'll just say it, men need to stop saying that women are distracting. We are distracted, maybe. We need to get over that. So this is where adults need to stop being distracted by kids and what they wear. We need to own that. We need to own what's in our heads. Kids don't need to own that. They shouldn't be body shamed. And we believe teachers can and should focus on teaching without the additional and often uncomfortable burden for them of dress code enforcement. It's awkward. We believe students should not face unnecessary barriers to school attendance. They shouldn't be sent home to change. They shouldn't be pulled out of class. They shouldn't lose instructional time. And we believe that reasons for conflict and inconsistent discipline should be minimized wherever possible. Those are the core values of the National Organization of Women from Oregon. They're core values for me too. In 2018, concerned stakeholders at Cunha Intermediate School met over a period of months, and I learned this history recently, surveying students, families, and staff. And during that time, they outlined the following principles to help guide a dress code to help CUSD decrease body shaming and exclusionary discipline. And originally, they meant it only for Cunha Intermediate School. And I understand this work was brought to the board years ago, but somehow the dress code shifted again. So we believe we must have clear guidelines to help minimize distractions that dress code enforcement can have on teaching and learning. And again, Mr. Barnes and Mr. Nazar said, yes, we need a district-wide code. They said, Sean, you do it, right? So the overarching idea here is that the responsibility for dress and grooming of a student rests primarily with the student and their parents and their guardians. The purpose of the dress code is to provide a safe and inclusive learning environment. Enforcement of dress code should be the responsibility of school administrators and not teachers, support staff, or other students. These guidelines help to provide family, staff, and students with basic understandings going forward. And if we can go to the next page, you're going to see really basic the rules. Allowable dress and grooming, simply students must wear clothing to school and it should be comfortable. And it should include either 1, a shirt with pants, leggings, shorts, or skirts, or 2, a dress, or 3, the equivalent. And this was language that came from the parents who were involved with this back in 2018 at Cunha. And it's similar to the National Organization of Women model dress code policy. Students must wear shoes appropriate for learning activities. They should be comfortable and they should be suitable for those activities. So example, shoes should be worn that allow for safety and comfort for activities in which students are engaging, like physical education. You shouldn't wear sandals in PE. You're going to hurt your feet. Or shop class. You should wear shoes that will cover your feet in shop class. So people may need to recognize they need sensible shoes, right? So the number one is wear clothing. Number two is wear sensible shoes. And number three, shirts and dresses must have fabric in the front and sides, but midriff bearing shirts are allowed. I don't know if, how many of you go out to shop for kids today, but there's a lot of bare midriffs. It's the fashion, high-waisted pants, bare midriffs, and this fashion will change again. But we should stop saying that they shouldn't be allowed. If Turlock does it, if Alameda does it, if they do it in Oregon, et cetera, we should probably follow suit, right? So, but we have to have fabric in the front and sides to cover our personal parts, is how Turlock refers it. But clothing must cover underwear and bras, but visible waistbands and bra straps are allowed. We shouldn't be policing this little piece and that little piece. We shouldn't be looking at young people's bodies to see if they conform or not to conform, except for one basic piece, which is clothing must always include opaque fabric, not transparent, covering the buttocks, genitals, and nipples. And, Turlock calls it personal parts, but all your parts are personal, right? So this is the language that the National Organization of Women would use. This is the language that was used in many other districts adopting this. Non-allowable dress and grooming would include clothing and personal items that advertise drugs, tobacco, sex, alcohol, gang affiliation, or sexually explicit or foul imagery or language. Additionally, attire, clothing, or accessories known or appear to be associated with various youth gangs should be prohibited. It is unsafe for kids to wear that kind of stuff. And that would include not limited to hats, shoes, backpacks, shirts, pants, sweatshirts, jackets, writing, numerals, or depictions associated with illegal activity or gang membership. And finally, swimwear is prohibited unless deemed appropriate for the activity. Go figure, swimming, water polo, etc. These are the expectations, and you'll see these expectations are lifted basically in a way from the same thing we did with the hate-based policy, the bias-related incident policy. We wanted to lay out clear expectations for our staff. Students who violate the dress code are expected to immediately correct their own attire. Administrators are expected to discuss and issue consequences with students who violate the dress code and to inform their families. Staff are expected to report serious dress code infractions to administrators without singling out or excluding students from class, because that's what body shames people. CUSD families are expected to talk with their students about appropriate attire and take shared responsibility with their children to cooperate and model good judgment about appropriate attire. Now, mind you, no dress code is meant to detract from or prohibit any sort of cultural displays or connections. In my last district, I remember there was a big situation where a young man had long hair, was part of his culture, and the football coach happened to say, you got to cut that hair, and they cut it in front of the rest of the team. It was shaming. It was shocking. It was a terrible moment, and it happens all over the place. So in this case, students wearing articles depicting cultural values or national origin or religious beliefs, they can continue wearing those items. They shall not be prohibited from dressing in a manner consistent with their gender identity or their gender expression, whatever their choice is, or with their religious or cultural observance. And the enforcement of the district dress code shall not discriminate against students based on hair texture and protective hairstyles, including but not limited to braids, locks, and twists. And in particular, this has been an area where this has been inequitable for African-American students who have been told somehow othered and marginalized for how they wore their hair. This is not our business. It's their business. Finally, this revision aims to ensure that all students are treated equitably, regardless of gender, gender identification, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, body type, body size, religion, and personal style. The goal of the revision is to minimize anxiety and stress that is caused by the enforcement of a school dress code that makes young people feel like their appearances are evaluated and judged and watched. by school administrators and staff when we believe the responsibility for choosing comfortable, sensible, safe clothing for school rests with the student and the family. That's my belief. That's why I wrote this resolution based on the input from families and the input of others to be this. And this administrative regulation shall be modified by school administrators as appropriate to accommodate a student's religious or cultural observance, health condition, or other circumstance deemed necessary by the principal or the designee. In addition, the principal or designee may impose dress requirements to accommodate the needs of special school activities, physical education, athletic activities, or other extracurricular and co-curricular activities. If you're going up to outdoor education with Cunha, you got to wear sensible shoes, right? If you're going to be on the track, you got to wear sensible shoes. You can't wear sandals. So no grade of a student participating in a PE class shall be adversely affected if the student does not wear standardized physical education apparel because of circumstances beyond the student's control. For example, like they can't afford it. That's ed code. And finally, students shall be allowed to wear sun protective clothing, including but not limited to hats, for outdoor use during the school day, and that's ed code. I will stop here. I've given you a lot to chew on. I definitely want to see if you have questions or comments and if the public have comments.
Yeah, it is open. The hand raising feature is enabled. So if there are any hands up, let us know. Let us know, Rosie. And I'm gonna move to a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Kim.
I see no hands raised, and we're trying to make sure to give time to people, you know, the wait time. But if you want me to close public comment, I will do so since I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Mary Beth.
I just wanted to add a few things. I know Sean talked about the parents a lot, and it says this in the policy, but that committee at Cunha also did include teachers and students. The students were actually super involved in the committee, both boys and girls, and the other people that were really involved were fathers. So I just wanted to put that out there and also let everyone know that when that committee did do that work, there were surveys that went out to families, teachers, and students. So it wasn't just the committee, it was the committee gathering some input from all. And the goal was eventually to go to the board, but after that kind of took place, then we had administrator turnover, and then financial problems, and then COVID. And so I think that's why it's been a while to be getting to this stage now. But that's a little bit of the background. And I think it really started with gender inequality happening for some of our female students, and it being a pretty horrible thing for some of the kids at our schools. So anyway, for what it's worth, I wanted to add that.
I'll just add, Sean, this is fantastic for all the reasons that you cited. You know, bottom line, it's up to kids and their families to kind of work out how they look when they come to school within the parameters of like actual safety, and to not feel like they're being judged based on their appearance and scrutinized to see how many inches of whatever they have on their skirts or whatever. So, and it really takes the focus away from those distractions from what actually we're here at school to do, which is learn and grow and develop, and not kind of conform to different standards that people might have that may or may not align with the student and their families. So this is fantastic, and thank you for bringing it to us. And Mary Beth for helping.
Sean, I also liked your comment about the distractions, about is it the person wearing it being distracted, or is it the other person, you know, looking at? I thought that was an excellent way to put a different twist on it, which I think is what we sometimes forget to think about. So,
look, I'm very sensitive to this from my own experience growing up as a man with two sisters and a mom, and with my wife, and the world, and dealing with kids all these years. This is it's different for girls. It's different for trans kids. It's different for kids of with cultural backgrounds that they would dress a particular way and be shamed for that, or othered or marginalized for that. It's different. I talked about this about my sister. My sister remembers in high school, and mind you, this was the late 60s, early 70s, but literally her vice principal would make her kneel on the ground in the principal's office and then measure the hem of her skirt to the ground, because that was how they determined the number of inches they were going to measure on a skirt. It's demeaning, it's dehumanizing. And I can't believe, and I'll just say this, I'm so sorry that women have had to face this kind of objectification and dehumanization and sexualization all these years. So it's sensitive to me. And when we talk about distractions, certainly I want us as staff not to be distracted by how kids come prepared to learn. We're there to help them learn. I don't want us to be distracted by that. I want us all to learn how to get away from that. But it's a thing. And this will not be for everybody.
I had one more thing I wanted to add too, is just to let the board know that I have had some people contact me that are in favor of this being changed, and that they are in agreement with this. For what it's worth, they weren't able to be on tonight, but I have had some positive comments.
I have a question. You said and it's just my personal curiosity, were Latino students and Latino parents involved in the survey? I'm just curious.
I don't remember all the details, but it went out to all the families. This was specific for Cunha, but it went out to all the families and the kids and the teachers at Cunha, and then they used that data to roll it up. But it was an online survey. So and I don't remember if they did more than that, but yeah, it could have missed.
Okay. I was just curious because I agree with a lot of it, but I also disagree with some of it. As a Latina and also working for juvenile probation, we really struggle with showing kids what the time and the place for things. I'm all about letting kids, showing their feelings, expressing themselves, but there is a time and a place. And sometimes it's very hard when these kids haven't been taught basic social skills by their parents, for whatever reason, being that they're absent, being that themselves. And I've also, like teaching them that it's okay to dress and express yourself, but there are times and places where you shouldn't. And maybe I'm old school, but I really, it's unfortunate that it is true. Women are marginalized and women are targeted, and it's not fair. It's not fair, but we also have to acknowledge that we live in a society where the message is sex sells, and kids are being exposed to things so much earlier. And I could speak on the fact that, it's also traumatizing for girls to feel insecure because they're not wearing things low enough, tight enough, because that's what you see on TV. And I think, and at the end of the day, they're gonna do what they were gonna do. I grew up and it still happens. Kids leave the house one way, and because there's the pressure that when they get to school, they need to show a little more and be a little more comfortable, or at least, whatever it is, and they change and they change in the bathroom, or they borrow clothes. And I think that's the other side to, traumatizing and feeling insecure about your body, because it's not cool to be comfortable. You need to be like with the style or whatever it is. It's yeah, I mean, I also agree that there is also, it's also different for social disadvantaged students. And it's very, yes, it can get messy. Me personally, as a parent, I've already dealt with, one day my daughter brought something too colorful for the teacher, and the teacher didn't want her to wear something that was so colorful. And I had a serious problem with that because it was a jacket. And after I had that conversation with the teacher, even if it was okay, like she was already shamed. So I also doubt that. I mean, I just feel like we can pass this, but um, I don't know. Yeah, Mary Beth.
I was just gonna say, just in response, Lizette, I mean, and that's how you feel personally, but there also might be other parents who think it's fine, right? So I think the point of this is that this isn't our job as board members or as teachers, or, it's the job of the kids and the families, and because everyone does have different beliefs. So I think that's part of it too.
I agree, and I think you're right. It is in our job, but we are also we also are families in this district, and we do have kids, so we're also parents, or at least that's how I see myself. I see myself as a board member, but I also see myself as a parent. I also see myself as a community member when I'm trying to just help kids with just basic social need, like just it's okay. You can wear what you want to wear, but if you're gonna go to a job interview, like I need to tell you that it's not okay. You can't do that. Or
I have a story for you.
and that's funny. I mean, it is funny, but some kids don't have that at home. Some kids don't have parents that are like letting them say, okay, go do your thing. Like, I want you to express yourself and feel happy. And then when they're on a professional level, because I don't, the kids are growing up, and I just feel like you have to, I don't know.
Let me tell you a story, Lizette.
Yes.
So I have a good friend, and she got a job up in San Francisco at some new hot startup, and everyone is excited, and I'm pretty conservative, whatever. And she's kind of not. She's, she kind of wears cute things. And anyway, so she goes to this new job. She's my age, so she's 50-ish, and she goes up there, and totally successful people. She's like totally the oldest one there. All these super young, successful people, college educated, degrees, whatever, making lots of money. And she is the most conservative dressed one there. So these are professional people at a startup company showing their midriffs, and they're professional people. So I think for us to make a judgment about how professional people dress, even, I just thought it was funny because I'm like, wow, we're old now because, we're so out of the fashion. So it's totally normal in that profession at these startups with these young, very successful people that they're wearing completely different clothes than I would ever wear. So
Yeah.
to even say, to dress professionally or, even that's hard to say. And that story to me is a perfect example of, who's defining how professional looks. Here's these super successful people wearing things that a lot of people would probably consider, not acceptable or wrong or not professional.
Yeah, and I get it, but she's an adult and she's in San Francisco. I'm talking about kids who you're telling them, don't go to Safeway. We got you an interview. Make sure, you're not, your pants are up your butt, and and you're not sagging, and make sure you don't wear the cap backwards. So I mean, we can go back and forth, but I guess I'm just speaking more as where I'm coming from, and from my perspective, and the part of the community where, I mean, I don't know a lot of people who do startup companies, or go apply for them, but I'm sure, I'm sure that it's a lot different than, a 17-year-old trying to get a job at Safeway or New Leaf, and thinking that it's okay for them just because they're young, that, and it's, the sad truth is, this society judges you on your appearance. I mean, it sucks, and it's not right, but sex sells, and that's the message that the kids are getting on TV, on media. I mean, that's where I feel coming from Latino perspective, and this is not every Latino. I'm not saying that my comments are the comments for everybody, but in general, that's you have a lot of girls that are becoming pregnant and sexually active at a very young age, and I'm not saying that that's what this is gonna open, but it does start somewhere, and unfortunately, I don't know.
Kim.
So if I could chime in a little bit, I'd like to pick up on something that you were speaking to, Lizette, early in terms of that that the shaming. And at the end of the day, we still have to enforce our bullying policies, that there's no shaming and there's no hazing. And the reality is kids get cliquey and kids get nasty. And it's as important to remember at the end of the day that that's the social norms of being kind and being community are important. So, in terms of how I would coach, I'm right there with you, Lizette, in terms of how I would coach my kids to show up at interview. I also remember when styles were shifting, and it annoyed me when performance attire included spaghetti straps and bra straps. I'm like, if you're going to be a choral performing group, choose a top where everybody looks uniform. If everybody's got a different color bra on, it doesn't look uniform. So I'm a little bit more old school on what that uniformity would be. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't bother the kids, and when you look at as there shifts in style, I see my young adult 22-year-old coming through the house in overalls, and under there's a crop top, and I just remember that it just evolved over time. So I do think that it puts the onus on the families, and we may end up with a lot. We'll just have to see what happens with it. But I think there's the point. I really appreciate Sean talking about we're not here to shame and blame girls. And that's really important. That's all.
Just real quick, also wanted to address I think there are programs at the high school. I think Rotary maybe does a volunteer program, of course, during COVID, not, but on job readiness, interviewing, resumes. And I think they do address like attire for work and other things. So I do think that some of that, Lizette, is addressed in other kind of curriculum. And just on that, I am very supportive of this policy, having 2 teenage girls still, even though one's at college now. I think that not having that shaming, I think it's not that we don't want them to dress, appropriately and in a way that, like if they need to be more professional and, and all these other things, but we also don't want them to be in situations where they're feeling uncomfortable in a place where they're supposed to be learning. And so I think it's kind of more of a question of less of should they be wearing something or not, but I think what we talked about before, but who's making that decision and kind of making them uncomfortable in these places, and putting teachers in uncomfortable positions in terms of trying to judge what kids are wearing, and girls in particular with different bodies. So I think that too, also that feeling confident and all different body types and all different things, if you looked at that societally and socially, that I think then leads to actually better behavior from those kids, whereas shaming, I think, can sometimes lead to those more negative behaviors that you're talking about. So I guess I am supportive of this policy, even being aware that there are these other issues. We need to address them in other forms, like Kim had mentioned. So my 2 cents.
And I'm not against the policy completely, but I guess my issue is, who dictates, what is I mean, it's really subjective, and like Sean said, I don't think if this policy passes, you're not gonna see much the kids dressing any more differently than they already are. They already are wearing things where you could see their bra straps and I saw that in the Cunha dance. They are wearing things where it's barely super tight and they look gorgeous. And I mean if yeah, I mean, I think kids are already expressive in their wearing, and I agree. As a woman, I think it's important. I have a daughter, and I know she's going through that age where it's like, some kids are developing faster than others, and she doesn't like it. She wants to look like a little girl, and she's kind of like, trying to figure herself out as well. I get it. I guess my hang up is just what is too much. And I guess I'm coming from maybe more conservative, and I agree that there's counselors and there's programs, and I also agree that it should be left to the families to do this. I completely agree. But when you have families who leave like myself, I leave my house at I, I leave my house at 6:30 in the morning. I mean 5:30 in the morning. I don't know what my daughter is wearing. Um, I don't know. I don't see her till the afternoon. How can I really, how can I really be on top of it? I mean, I know what she's wearing because I have to buy her clothes, but I mean, I mean, parents just don't know that. And unfortunately, a lot of the times the kids that um, are supposed to go and participate in these like programs like Rotary to support them, they're not the ones that are signing up. Those are not the kids that are saying like, oh, I need help. Like it's a lot of the kids that need it the most are the ones that are not. And that's what that's unfortunate. And I know that there are a lot of places and mentorship programs and CASA workers and all of this, but at the end of the day, like you also have to be honest, like some of these families don't have that support at home that we need to, um, I don't know. Yeah. No more comments or questions?
I just want to say, I knew when writing it, it was a controversial topic. I've been through it. Turlock went through it last week and it was reported on. It is an administrative regulation. Typically, we don't bring this to you for your approval, but I did want to bring it to you because it is a controversial topic. And I can tell you that if there is a major backlash, it can always be reviewed. But again, it is in line with what Turlock has done, what Alameda has done.
Where is Turlock, by the way?
Turlock is Central California, I think,
Okay.
near Modesto, maybe. So I don't want to put you on the spot, Sarah, but I saw your body language nodding at some points, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are.
I completely agree with everything you said. I mean, I think that students should come to school and feel free to express themselves um, through clothing or however that may be. And what we deem as distracting, I agree. I think that's more on the person being distracted. Why are teachers looking at girls' shoulders or their stomachs? That seems like more of a them issue than the students. But I do understand where you're coming from, Lizette, with what is too much. But I also think that students should feel free to come to school and not be scared of being shamed or on what they look like or what they wear. I do understand what you're saying about how sex sells and how students feel pressure to conform to the styles, but not all students do. I'm expressing this poorly, but I agree with the statement, and I think that we should proceed with that. I think it's on the families to decide. Thank you.
And I guess just one more comment. You know, I don't know, someone said to me when my daughter was younger, like, oh, I can't believe you let her wear makeup. And I thought about that, and I said, I couldn't understand why. And I thought, oh, do they think she's asking for sex? Like, I just didn't understand. And I thought, well, to me, that's how she expresses herself. But, you know, I guess I don't see it as something she does to ask for sex, you know, and I don't see necessarily like wearing a tank top is asking for sex, you know, the other way to look at it is a way to express yourself. So, and I guess the bottom line is, like, parents would argue all day about one wants this or one wants that. And I think, Sean, going with a national organization of women is a good place to start, because they're obviously thinking a lot about that. And I like it that families should have the say, I guess.
I think students are dressing for themselves, and I don't think we should be the ones judging where they're coming from, what are their motives for dressing that way. Ultimately, it's their decision and the family's decision on what they wear.
All right. Are we ready to do roll call? Any more discussion or no? Okay. Rosie, will you go ahead?
Lisa?
What do I say? What do I say? I'm not for it.
You want to abstain your vote or you want to vote no?
I want to vote no.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Sarah? Aye. Passes 4+1.
All right.
I just want to acknowledge this is a very heavy topic. And I appreciate when this board first met with me and we talked about board governance standards, it was decided that the board would speak their minds. And so I want to acknowledge that. And I want to say that this is not easy for a lot of stakeholders, and we may hear things about it and we may have to revisit it. And I want to thank you for engaging in the discussion. And I want you to know that I was guided by the families that reached out to me about the process that had happened before, and the National Organization of Women Oregon Chapter Model Dress Code Policy, and what other districts are doing throughout the state. But I appreciate your discussion tonight.
Thank you. I also appreciate everybody's input and thank you. I mean, I just have to go with what I believe in, but I want to know. I want you all to know I always appreciate and respect your points of views as well. Moving along, next item is 5G, sorry. And this is just a presentation item. This is technology update. FCC Emergency Connectivity Funds. Sean?
Good evening, members of the board. I am going to be sharing with you something that came to us as part of that $1.9 trillion that was the COVID-19 called the American Rescue Plan Act, which was approved by the Congress on March of this year, 2021. And you had heard me talk about ESSER 3 and 857,000 via ESSER 3, which is going to be the next item. But we also want to share with you that Randy Rudolph, our IT director, immediately from the perspective of the emergency connectivity funds that were created through this, that are part also the American Rescue Plan, we got granted $364 plus $1,000. So this is a very, very good news for us, because this is in echoing the equity statements that have been expressed. We are able to secure 1,076 new Chromebooks so that we can continue our task of making sure that technology and devices are not any problem as we continue to learn more and reinvent ourselves in a post-COVID era. So thanks to Randy applying and getting these funds, which are part of the relief funds, that now we will be receiving this amount of funding, which will be applied to the Chromebooks. We have secured over Chromebooks, new Chromebooks for over a third of our students. So this is an information item, and it is these dollars are earmarked for that technology and Chromebooks. And we're very grateful to Randy Rudolph, who got us to apply for this. He applied for it and was granted this. So information to the board, more dollars to secure the equity of our across our district regarding technology.
Thank you, Jesus. And I just have a question. How are we with, I mean, did we need to replace a lot of them? I'm just curious to see. I mean, it's amazing that we were able to purchase all of those, and it's important to keep them, just because eventually technology also, you know, I mean, it sometimes needs to be updated and whatever. I'm not a tech person, but did we need to replace a lot of them after COVID, or?
After the use of these devices in COVID, we had to replace a lot. So this will help tremendously that we will be in need of. And prior to some of this, we used some of other funds that we have had, bond dollars to do technology. So this federal dollars really will help us continuing to ensuring that every child has a Chromebook, and we can replace the Chromebooks that get used and overused, and that we need to continue support our children's learning.
So just to reiterate, thank you. This extra money, it's already spent, right?
This is earmarked for Chromebooks, for technology, and it is $1,076 new Chromebooks that will come to serve our children.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else?
No, just thank you, Jesus, also for tying it back to our equity statement. Because if folks remember, we made it a point to have that definition of equity, because I think that term gets used pretty loosely, often in circles. But where we say equity in education is defined as the targeted allocation of resources based on critical unmet needs, so that all students may develop to their full academic and social emotional potential. I think this is indeed, as you highlight, Jesus, a great example of that. I'm glad we were able to get, in this case, extra funding to do it. But that's exactly the kind of mindset we need, is find those critical unmet needs, and that's where we put our resources. Less so than just kind of evenly and equally spreading things around. It's equitably means not equal, or doesn't necessarily mean equal. It means investing where it's needed more. So this is a great example. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. All right, moving on. Next item is 5H, public hearing and approval of the CUSD ESSER 3 expenditure plan. Jesus, right?
Yes, so as I said, part of the federal dollars that we got out of the American Rescue Plan Act is the elementary and secondary relief fund that we get, that we talked to you, I talked to you, and Leticia talked to you before about the specific dollars, federal dollars, $857,000+ that we are bringing the plan to you for approval. Part of those, the requirement for those dollars is that we engage our community, we ask our community, what should we use this for? And we had already a public hearing regarding these dollars, and Leticia and I have been consulting and asking our stakeholders across the district for ways in which we could do this. And this plan that we're bringing to you today, it's with a number of buckets that we have already discussed with you and that we have discussed with our stakeholders, but where we plan to invest these federal dollars to make sure that we are true to our equity commitment. So Leticia, you want to talk a little bit about the plan?
Yes, I can talk about the goals. Good evening, President Cortez, governing board and community and colleagues. And so the interesting part of the ESSER 3 plan is that the state automatically assumed that districts were going to multi-fund projects. And so part of you, as you read the plan, there is a specific section that says plan alignment, if applicable. So most districts are aligning, of course, the LCAP, as well as the ELO, the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, because as you know, the money that we had received in all these different pots don't equal a whole of a program. And so we can, basically the ESSER 3 has 4 different major components to it of actions. The first is summer school. We've allocated about $113,000 to not only summer school service, but also intervention services. As we don't know, summer is unpredictable. Last year we planned for a grandiose summer school, but couldn't find the staff. And so we want to be able to have that flexibility to also support after school and summer school interventions. Just today, we did post positions, multiple positions, so that teachers that are interested and available to tutor after school, small groups of 5 or less, we can support that. So some of this funding may go to co-fund that along with LCAP, along with the LCAP. The next project and action that's described here is the Expanded Learning Program. It's serving 60 students that were hand-selected, having multiple at-promise categories. English learners, socioeconomic, could be homeless, could be foster youth. And we're successfully serving 60 students and also embedding visual arts, performing arts, and hands-on curriculum in the services. Many of these kids are the kids that are living in the mid-peninsula housing complexes on Main Street and Moonridge. And so that's the second action that's listed in our plan. The other action is our social emotional learning supports. And we are partnering with the Teach Well organization that is giving training for our principals, as well as delivering some services for our students. And that's a little less, about 30,000. In addition to that, we are looking at the ESSER 3 had multiple categories for support. But as you can see, in order for us to continue to keep the classroom safe, we are allocating $150,000 on the HVAC ventilation systems to upgrade that in the classes that need to be upgraded. And yeah, and that about summarizes.
So those are the $857,000, and this is an expenditure plan. This is also a second public hearing, should we hear from the public again. We have done this before. So it's a public hearing and then approval of the plan.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second, anybody?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. And with that, I will open up for discussion. Anyone has any comments, questions?
I see
Should we
no
open-
comments from the public. I see no hands raised.
Should we open the public hearing?
Yes, please. And while they, if anyone has a comment,
If
anyone
anyone
else?
has a
Raise
comment.
your hand.
Mhm.
Thank you, Rosie. Any comments or questions from the board? Everything looks good.
You can close the public hearing since there's nobody raising their hand.
We're gonna close it and we're gonna move on to, thank you for doing this, Leticia and Jesus. I know, whenever we see money, everybody's like thinking, I want it. And, but it just, thank you for taking the time to really prioritize and be transparent, because unfortunately, also when there's money, there's a lot of questioning of what money's being spent on, and just having a plan and just dedicating the time to even have input just shows our transparency. So thank you very much.
I agree with Lizette's comments, and just to say to you that what you described here aligns well with previous goal conversations we've had for LCAP. So thank you for having that alignment. So it's nothing new. It's just increasing things that we know will impact students in terms of targeted interventions over the summer or after school, and taking care of, HVAC things that we want to make sure that physically the environments are safe in the classrooms. And also that this fits in well with the intent and the rules around how these funds are spent. So I think there can be confusion around that as well. It's for specific uses for specific applications and programs for students. And I think this very much meets those requirements from the federal government as well. So thank you.
And with that, we move on to roll call, Rosie.
Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is 5I, adoption of resolution number 18-21, authorizing the establishment of Student Activity Special Revenue Fund 08. Dr. McFetrich, are you presenting on this?
I'm presenting.
Anything with money I should know. I should know by now.
So up until last year, all the ASB, the Associated Student Body funds, were all reported in the SACS software and in the accounting under General Fund 01. Now, starting this year, CDE requires that we account for those funds in a separate fund on Fund 08. So that is what this resolution is all about, authorizing us to add to our funds the Fund 08, which is the where we are going to be accounting for the Associated Student Body dollars. So it's a resolution, and it is about establishing Fund 8.
Thank you, Jesus. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Kim.
I have a question, Jesus.
Yes.
So does establishment of this fund change anything about how the ASB funds are managed from year to year? I remember at the high school, over the years, sometimes there's controversy whether or not funds, like any fundraising for a particular, whether it was the the High School Musical or a particular music event, that those funds would carry over from one year to the next. So do those people who did the fundraising, whatever teacher sponsor at the high school, do they still manage those the following year?
They still managed those funds the following year. This basically is about reporting non-fiduciary ASB activities. And it doesn't change, it does not change in essence. The way that ASB is carried is where we now get those funds allocated. It used to be in Fund 1, now it's separate Fund 8.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, Sophia?
I'm just going to make a quick comment, Jesus, that this fits in the category of when folks ask, what do district staff do? A lot. This and the accounts, the warrants that you published kindly that Ms. Rossoff has suggested, I think is just gives folks an idea of the breadth and the types of things that you're constantly doing, and kind of a lot of it's behind the scenes. I know only a portion of it comes to us as a board, so thank you, and I just want to express my gratitude for that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Thank you, Jesus, and thank you for all the work. Appreciate it. And now we're roll call. Rosie?
Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is 5J.
Can I interrupt 1 second? Is it possible to make one more comment about something we were talking about before? Is that super bad?
I don't think so.
I just wanted to say to Lizette that on the dress code stuff, that there was outreach. I couldn't remember, but I got a text. There was outreach to the Latino community. They made a big effort, and I'm remembering now, but they did send out hard copies of that survey, and they had translations available for them too. So there was a big effort made to include their thoughts in it as well. So I just wanted to add that for what it's worth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. 5J, sorry, I'm like, where was I? The approval of CUSD real estate property and land feasibility agreement. And then it's Brookwood Advisor.
Well, Kim, early in the meeting referred to a presentation that is coming forward where the real estate committee, Cabrillo Unified School District Real Estate Committee, has been working in the looking into sustainable income for the district, and is looking at the real estate part of all of those properties that the district has, and looking at possibilities. There was an RFA that went out, and now the committee is bringing forward one of these firms that is going to be presenting to the full board what a proposal. And with that, Rosie, would you let Chris White and Mr. Alan Katz in? They're our presenters. And here they are. Hi, Alan.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Chris.
Good evening.
Hi. So, President Cortez, members of the board, Dr. McFetridge, thank you for inviting us here. Mr. Contreras and others, thank you for inviting us here this evening. We did respond to your RFP, put together our qualifications and a proposal for review by the subcommittee, selection subcommittee, and then for the board. We thought we would just highlight what was in there and briefly talk about Brookwood's background. I will tell you 3 slides. We'll go through them very quickly. But then turn to the process that we would see working with you, the scope of the work, and then finally just some thoughts to that we have about some of the opportunities that we see. So with that, you see this list of activities that we undertake on a regular basis for both ourselves as in the private development sector, but also as advisors to public entities. And it ranges from due diligence and land acquisition advisory to economic modeling. That would be very key in this process. Pro forma work to develop the sustainability of income going forward, to all the nuts and bolts of CEQA development agreements, rezoning and general plans. So we feel that all that informs our portfolio analysis for you. Chris, next. If this is on, Chris, I don't know if you're the, yeah.
It's Rosie.
I'm not controlling it now.
You're not. So Rosie, great. So, we currently are working in the county. We have worked with the county for years. All of our senior team who will be working on this project has. And as we stand up the building in the background, which is 122 units for Jefferson Union High School District of Workforce Housing. We're working with them currently, just concluded the 7-Eleven committee, and working on putting together their all their requirements for the types of tenants that, not the types, but the eligibility criteria for their staff. Let's go on to the next. Here are 2 public school districts we're working on adjacent to you. The project on the right is 70 units of housing. They're 2-story townhouses and flats. Would be done in 2 phases and is, we're going through the EIR process currently. On the left is a portfolio analysis in which we looked at 4 properties by the school district. We came down to these 4 and felt and made the recommendations that were adopted, that both the former Serramonte Del Rey High School site and Westmore High School could be used in the sense that would be utilized for their efforts going forward for the next 10, 15 years of initial build out, where Westmore we would move the district office from the Serramonte Del Rey High School site to the Westmore site, therefore leaving the entire 10 developable acres of the Serramonte Del Rey site for housing, both for teacher housing, and then for, in this case, 1,000 units of housing that the private sector would, public-private partnerships would develop and produce revenue for the school district. Next. We think we understand the challenges that the board is facing and the superintendent is facing. Turnover of faculty and staff, and that you're having difficulty attracting and retaining faculty as a result of your ability to pay, what other school districts are paying, And number three as possible solutions would be a parcel tax, but clearly workforce housing and a sustainable revenue stream would be the goals of this effort. And that's what we're going to undertake to review for you. Next, and what I would like to do is talk now about, or actually have my partner, Chris White, talk about some of the financial analysis that we will be looking at as we go through the process of working with you to see how some of the questions that will be raised and some of the answers, the process for the answers will come to. Chris?
I think we just took a couple of examples. There's 3 slides that I'm going to talk about that just show some examples of possible issues that could come up and the way we would analyze them and present them to you. Thanks. This just shows if we looked at El Granada, Foothill, Half Moon Bay, and some other sites, if you looked at developing those to create a sustainable income stream, we do a lot of financial analysis, a lot of complex things, but boil it down to some simplified numbers to project out over time of what you could expect in revenue from those properties. And then we found it's a useful framework to compare that to the district payroll as a percentage, so you can understand kind of the context of what achieving that sustainable income stream would mean for the district going forward. And this particular example looks at different ways of structuring public-private partnerships, whether through a ground lease or a joint venture situation. And in the next slide, I'll talk about sort of the differences of those. If you could go to the next slide. This is the same information just presented in chart form, showing that, this is, again, just an example. A ground lease could potentially have revenue coming in sooner, but it's a little more slow and steady over time. Whereas a joint venture may take longer. It's a different risk profile. It may take longer for that revenue to come in and start off smaller, but over the longer term, medium and longer term, could end up surpassing the ground lease revenue. You go to the next slide. Here's another issue that could come up if it's determined that market rate housing is a development is a way to develop a sustainable income stream on any of the properties. Both the city of Half Moon Bay and the county of San Mateo have affordable housing requirements. They both are 20% overall, but the bottom left corner table shows they're broken out a little bit differently of how they get to that 20%. And if you may have a choice of choosing to meet that 20% minimum or increasing it, and there may be a choice of the amount of revenue that could be affected by making that choice. And there's kind of different ways to structure that. Go to the next slide. Alan?
Okay, and if we could just talk a little bit about the process and what we think we've understood is the goal and what you're trying to, how we would work with you. We've put together a schedule for 6 months of work and broken it into really 4 parts here. So data collection, which is pretty straightforward. It is nuts and bolts in terms of talking to the right people, getting the right information, title reports, making sure that we understand what the zoning really will be when the project would move forward. There's, obviously changes all the time that are happening, so we want to make sure we're interpreting the codes correctly. We will be meeting with Department of Public Works leaders. We'll meet with planning directors, community development directors to understand what they consider to be the issues and the likelihood of projects, of what can happen on any of the land and real estate assets that you own. We then will run a series of economic models and look at all the considerations in terms of scheduling the project, what possible risks you're going to likely or potentially come across, and present this information to you. And that would be, starting probably as early as the second month, but by the fourth month or month 5, the number of, based on these meetings, the number of options and number of approaches that you're really going to want to pursue and have some finality on, so you can make a final direction, will be winnowed down greatly through the process. We'll make sure we look at the workforce housing, and we will be considering that as a likely use for one or more of the parcels, although you may decide you don't want to pursue that as we go through the analysis. And then finally, we will come up with certainly final recommendations, but they really, you'll find if our past work is representative, they will be fully in line with what the goals are of the board members at that time. So those would be the kind of the steps that we see moving through your different properties. Next. And to finish up with really 3 of your properties that seem like potential likely choices. First is the foothill site at the northern end of El Granada. It's 10 acres. The views, if you were to go up 3 stories, 4 stories, would be absolutely phenomenal for housing. The property would be worth a fortune. I think, and probably all of you who know this site probably agree that that's just not likely viable, because just as the views would be great, it also is in a view shed, so that from Cabrillo Highway, it's likely never to be really approvable. It's on the edge of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. And so there is the possibility of using this land as a swap or to sell it outright for income for the school district as in trust, or to develop it to a degree that would be acceptable per the coastal plan. Well, that's enough for this, yeah. Next. This is an intriguing site. The 20 acres you own currently, also in El Granada, just south of the foothill site, and 20 acres, but it is zoned into 2 components, parcel A and parcel B. B is 15 acres, and parcel A allows for medium density residential. So it definitely can be built on and is anticipated being built on. And the coastal plan gives precedence to not nonprofit, but to affordable housing. The issue is, how does affordable housing help you? And it really means if you're able to agree that you can limit your affordable housing to the faculty with the powers in the county, then you could build your faculty housing here. And then parcel B could be ultimately the district office. It's if you go depending upon how you look to get the project entitled. So with that in mind, we can go to the next slide and think about the options for where your current district office is, should it be moved to the El Granada site. You could put housing on next to Kelly Avenue. It could be, depending upon what to be negotiated, we know 3 stories is probably likely, so that could mean 40 or 50 units of housing there. And then we looked at, in a little bit more detail, laying out your site near Central on the other side of Hatch. And, it could really be quite an interesting opportunity. And we'd like to talk to you certainly more about that. But, 2-story, 3-story product is probably a viable option. It would have to be built out over time. And, but it would be, of all your properties, the most ideal to create kind of a long-term revenue stream for you. With that, I want to end kind of this discussion and open it up for what may be lots of questions or none. The hour is late, I understand.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here and for the presentation. And before we open it up for discussion, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Right now, I will open it up for board discussion. Kim?
I want to thank you for presenting this evening. I know it's a late hour, Alan and Chris, so thank you for sitting through our meeting. I want to just a little bit of background. It has been a long time getting to this point and providing this presentation to you. Having listened to some presentations from a lot of different groups, and then realizing that what is fair and equitable is to have an RFP. This definitely is a group that has the skills and the resources and knows San Mateo County, understands the sensitivities to a city and to the county. So I really appreciate their expertise and bringing that to the table. Just a brief reminder, it was when it was suggested that we sell off one of the sites because it costs for us to maintain it. If we simply get rid of a particular site to reduce our maintenance cost, we've then lost it if we don't look at everything holistically to know how we're going to be good stewards of all of our properties. And so having this intention with sustainable income or workforce housing, how can we make our properties work best for us, and how can we manage the assets in a way that's a little more proactive? I think we have a lot of excellent examples throughout the Bay Area. The San Mateo Community College District doing workforce housing, Jefferson Union High School District. And so there are also, I certainly welcome any public comments for people that might be on, but just want to say thank you for being here. And this is not a final decision of what might happen on the properties, but it brings us proposals that will be sound. And if there are other needs within the district, certainly people can submit those to the district and we can have the potential of folding that in.
Before we continue, I just also want to remind the public the hand raise feature has been enabled. So if you would like to make a comment, you are more than welcome to. Anyone else? Mary Beth, Sophia, you're unmuted.
Yeah, I just had a question or two around, because I'm still trying to understand the landscape of workforce housing. And so I'm wondering, my assumption is that the benefit there is that you can give employees a subsidy for what would otherwise be the market rate. How is that subsidy treated in terms of income taxes and other kind of withholdings to them? Is there really a benefit to having that? Let's say it's $500 a month as a subsidy for housing versus $500 extra pay. How do those two scenarios compare?
Well, Chris, I'll take that first. With the workforce housing, the goal in that case is really to reduce the amount that you will lease the units to your staff, to the staff, so that if a normal market rate is $4,000 a month for a 3-bedroom, and because of the process, you're able to lease it to these employees for $3,000 a month. Mm-hmm. That's just the cost that so that's the big benefit, but you don't have to pay. I mean, it just, they don't pay taxes on it. It's just less rent that they're paying.
Okay, so it's not a subsidy, it's more just a lower rate.
Sophia, one of the things that Mary Beth and I had access to was hearing about how other, the community college district or other districts have used their housing. It's not that you would come in and rent forever, but for a period of time at a lower rate, below market rate, so you could actually save enough money for a down payment to own. And so that they've used that model quite effectively with the San Mateo Community College District, both near CSM and Skyline. They're building new properties down.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to understand, how that market rate, if it's just a lower rental rate, because I'd heard previously that that was a subsidy. And generally when you're getting some kind of benefit, that benefit's taxable. So that's just trying to clarify, but it sounds like it is just a lower rate that you're able to charge to employees, and there's not a benefit of that lower rate to them.
Right, and I should add, to Ms. Hines' comment that the CSM and JUHSD are looking at 5 to 7 years for kind of the length of time that any of the tenants would remain.
That's helpful. My second question was, as we're thinking about the different properties and thinking about taking up the entire green field at our biggest elementary school, that would have to be a pretty compelling case to go forward with a plan like that. So just as we're kind of thinking about the options, I would definitely encourage considering the impact on school sites in that regard.
Are they using that green field for anything?
I don't know.
I mean, I always wondered why the kids didn't go play out there, but
that's kind of what I've wondered that too. Like, I feel like probably, well, I think it's been in really poor shape, and that's for many years, and that's probably some of the reason it hasn't been used. Even there, I don't know if they're using it for soccer anymore, even through different organizations, but so I think that's worth considering as well. Like, what is the best use of that field, because it is the green field, albeit currently underused because it's not in great shape, for our largest elementary school.
Well, along those lines, Sophia, my question was, I know you looked at Hatch, but are you going to look at the fields at El Granada and Fairlawn View as well? I don't know if, or was Hatch the only one you've looked at, or is there some reason why Hatch is better than space at the other schools?
Well, it's the only one. We really wanted to talk to you about kind of the process of how we kind of look at it. No, we would look at all of them if there was a determination or discussion that said that those fields could be considered.
Yeah, I would agree to kind of take a look at the totality of all our properties, including the high school, Kings Mountain. I don't think we have any space around Cunha that would be sufficient, but I don't know how far our properties extend at those other school sites. So just kind of in terms of moving forward, which I'm supportive to do, kind of considerations in doing that.
I think it's also a combination of what is vacant currently and what is ingress, egress for neighborhoods. Again, whether it's housing, whether it's any other, public-private use. This was the example that they gave us. I recall in some other presentations, like the use of property on district property for other functions as well. So,
yeah, one example I know you both worked on was in Pacifica. Just to give the rest of you that weren't on this committee with Kim and I some ideas of things I thought was interesting was in Pacifica, they actually had a property they wanted to develop. Tell me if I'm telling this wrong, but the traffic issues, they couldn't do housing, so they ended up doing senior housing on that property. So just the realm of different things that are possible.
Yeah,
I was kind of surprised.
Yeah. And the reason that's exactly the issue that at that school, they certainly had the land, but the congestion was so bad, there was no way politically that you could add more cars during the busiest time of the day. It's what's known as the peak hours in traffic jargon. So the solution around that would be what was senior housing and also kind of congregate care senior housing, so that those, as you got older, you could age in place. But the number of cars that, obviously those with Alzheimer's are not driving anymore. So politically, this was going to be a win.
And it made a revenue stream for them. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was in that case the highest and best use because we could put up. There were very few uses that you could put there that would be approvable, and obviously, we had to give our best judgment that would be approved more than likely, but that's still part of the overall master plan that will wend its way through the district. Yeah.
So I had a couple questions. First was kind of more on your process in terms of the first couple activities. One of them was outreach to partners, and then the third was the workforce housing. So I was wondering if there was any thought of combining those, and that when you're reaching out to partners, seeing if there was other folks, because we've talked about this in the past, like the fire or the police or city employees also needing affordable housing on the coast, and the fact that maybe sometimes teachers don't all want to live with other teachers, but if it was affordable housing for all of that support staff, the essential staff that we have that isn't low income, which we already have some on the coast, but is kind of that middle income. So I was just wondering if that was going to be included in your analysis.
It absolutely will be. We both Ms. Alexander and Ms. Hines, had mentioned or were very clear that one of the interests of the board was to talk to the city to see if there's a potential for some type of joint venture so that their workforce housing requirements and your workforce housing requirements, there could be a real symbiotic relationship between the two. So the answer is yes.
Great. And then the second question was on the process in terms of the next 6 months, just not being on the committee. And I really appreciate all of you. And of course, Mary Beth and Kim for moving this forward. It's been an idea for a while, but it hasn't really gotten any traction. So this is great. Will there be other points where you'll be checking back in to say, is this the right direction? Or are you doing that primarily through the subcommittee? Just kind of a process point. I was just curious. I didn't see that in the timeline anywhere. Or do we just expect another report in 6 months when you're kind of done with the whole process?
Well, if it's not up to me, but if it were up to me, you would be involved on a regular basis. Dr. McFetrich, yes.
Well, look, I don't want to interrupt, Ellen, but I just want to first of all thank you for the work that you do in the county. You are well regarded. You've done the work in Jefferson Union High School District, and I know about that because of their superintendent and other superintendents involved with that project. And I would say that when we were doing this work in Alameda, and what I've been telling the board is as soon as the board contracts with you, then you can come to them regularly at closed sessions to negotiate. So Freya, that would be my answer, just because I want to answer that question. My own experience is that in the past, real estate advisors often met with the board in closed session to talk about real estate negotiations, et cetera, and strategy. And just to bring up one other thing, I will tell you that it is kismet that we're talking about all this, because recently I was contacted by a municipal leader saying, Sean, do you want to talk about workforce housing? There are some incentives for that, and I don't want to name this out. And I said, it's ironic you should say that because, this was over the weekend, it's ironic you should say that because Brookwood Advisors is presenting. Here's their website. They said, great, let's set up the meeting. I'm happy to make that connection if the board chooses to do this. And I'm just delighted that you're at this point. And thank you, Alan. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mary Beth, because I have kept out of this process. Thank you, Mr. Contreras. I've kept out of this process, so I didn't put a thumb on the scale. So Freya, sorry, I just wanted to answer your question.
No, and that definitely answered it. And I was just curious whether or not we were trying to elicit direction now, or if it was just about approval of the process. So I was clarifying what we needed to do now. And it sounds like there's time in the future for more direction and pointing, so that is not our topic of conversation right now, just to clarify that.
So the approval of their proposal would include the guidance that they would be receiving from the board and those communications, constant communications with the board. If the board approves the proposal, then they would be doing the portfolio analysis and continue constant communication with the board throughout the process.
Mary Beth, did you want to say something?
I'm okay. I'm good.
All right. Seeing that there's no more comments or questions, thank you so much, Alan and Chris, for being here this late and presenting. And yeah, thank you. And we hope to hear from you more. Thank you.
Did we get a roll call vote?
No, I was
Not
about
yet.
to. I was about to say. I was just thanking them before. Sorry. A roll call, Rosie?
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 5+1.
And just real quick, we need a motion to go past. So you were probably on it, Rosie.
Are you?
I am making that motion.
Do I have someone to
We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
That
Now
was
I-
Sophia?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we move on?
Lizette,
Yes. Go ahead. Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
How exciting that we're going past 10 p.m. and how exciting that Mr. Katz and Mr. White, we are now officially working with you. So thank you very much.
Well, we are absolutely delighted. You'll be hearing from us continually until you're tired of it. So this is great. We're thrilled.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Chris.
And big kudos to Mr. Contreras and to Ms. Hines and Ms. Alexander for going through this whole process and doing an RFP and getting this all. And you guys have gotten fantastic process. Good on you. Good on
making
us.
more work for y'all.
Okay.
Good work.
Good. Thank you very, very much.
Have a good
Good
night.
night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And also, yeah, thank you, Kim and Mary Beth, for doing this. Really, really appreciate it.
Aba, woo woo. Nice work.
Took a while, but we're moving.
All right, moving along. Next item is 5K, approval of the board-funded construction project, Fairlawn View. And
Well, continuing with the use of land and improvements on the land, the board approved 2 architect firms to do the improvements on our schools. The second, Studio W, is the second firm that you approved, and they are bringing to you a proposal of for Fairlawn View, as it was discussed in previous board meetings. So Brian is from Studio W is coming to you and bringing to you the concept of improvements to Fairlawn View. Brian, are you here?
I'm here.
Oh, hi. All right, Brian. So welcome to our board meeting. Now meet our board and tell them about the concepts that you have for Fairlawn View.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to meet all of you virtually here this evening. I'm Brian Whitmore. I am the president and CEO of Studio W Architects. And I see that our presentation is up here. Thank you, Rosie, for doing that. I know it's a long night, and hopefully I won't take too much more of your time this evening. But I do appreciate actually going toward the end, because I was at another board meeting earlier this evening, so it gave us a chance to present to them and now present to you. So if we could go on to the next slide very quickly. Since this is an opportunity for us to get a chance to introduce ourselves, I thought I'd just take a brief moment and introduce our team, who we are. So Studio W Architects actually began as BCA architects almost 30 years ago. And really that entire time, those 3 decades, we've been focused on educational architecture all throughout the state of California. We recently rebranded Studio W. I'm now the owner of what was formerly BCA, now Studio W. The B and the C of BCA have since retired. And so over the last several years, I've had the opportunity to really lead the firm into the next generation of what we're doing all throughout the state. We have offices in San Jose and Sacramento and in Irvine, and we really cover all of the state. As you can imagine, Department of the State Architect is very consistent in terms of its expectations across the state, and so it gives us a chance to work with school districts just like yourself, from as far south as Orange County all the way up into Humboldt County. Some of the local clients that we've been working with over the past few years and are still working with currently are listed here. Bayshore Elementary School District, the new Bayshore School, that hopefully many of you are familiar with as your neighbors up the way there. I was very intrigued by the presentation by Brookwood Advisors. We did, of course, a very similar thing with the asset management for Bayshore starting back in 2014 when we were the brainchild of combining those 2 sites, surplus selling and then rezoning and redeveloping the intermediate site to housing to enable them enough funds to actually build the new school, the Bayshore School. We're very proud of that. We're working with Brisbane School District right now. We're just on the tail end of the modernization of Lippman Middle School. We're going to be focusing on Panorama and Brisbane school districts next. Worked many years at Campbell Union High School District in San Jose, continue to work with Eastside Union High School District in San Jose. We did the modernization many years ago for San Mateo High School there at San Mateo Union High School District. But one of our biggest clients, and one of the ones that we're very proud of having worked with for many years, is San Mateo Community College District. In fact, we just started construction on the modernization of the Building 13 for Kenyatta College, which is one of their big 3-story buildings, and the Skyline Environmental Sciences Building, which I think many of you probably see perched up there on the hillside overlooking the ocean, is one of our early design projects. We also work with a number of private clients and charter school clients. Serendipity School in Belmont is an example of that. We consider ourselves a small firm, which I think is a good thing. We're very responsive. Oftentimes our clients don't get to work with our leadership, and so the fact that I'm involved really from day one, I think is something that our clients appreciate. We have 33 staff members, 13 licensed professionals. And I want to point out that tagline, well beyond design, that was part of our rebrand here in the last couple of years. And that's really just that, you know, we are fabulous, I think, at designing and coming up with great ideas when it comes to educational environments. But at the same time, we recognize that dollars are precious. We want to bring value. We want to maximize the bond measures, the funds that are available to school districts as we go through and we look at projects just like Fairlawn do. Next slide. So our team, the folks that you're going to be working with from our organization include myself as the principal in charge. I often say that I'm a primary promise keeper, so when it comes to contractual issues, invoicing, all of those sorts of things, of course, I've been involved, but I'll be involved in design a bit like a senior project manager as well. Our main point of contact throughout the process will be Michelle Gargano, and then we have Oscar Bedoya as our project architect. And so all three of us, you will see from time to time, assuming we have the opportunity to move forward on this project. Next slide. And then just some of the examples of some of the work that we've done here recently. Again, Bayshore School there on the upper left-hand side. The Skyline Environmental Sciences building there on the right. The San Mateo High School modernization on the lower right. And then Belmont School's new, excuse me, Serendipity School in Belmont there, their new outdoor learning environments. Next slide. So we had an opportunity to visit the Fairlawn View site with Mr. Contreras and also Mr. Crawford, one of your consultants, and really had a great opportunity walking that site with our staff, really trying to vision what the future of that site can hold. And I understand sort of the history there. Some talk maybe at some point about potentially closing the school, you know, looking at the total number of students and the population there is having you know, gone smaller over the last several years. But one of the things that's really an opportunity is that, you know, the smaller population, around 250 students, it gives you some opportunity to move around. And so the classroom areas, the non-permanent portable buildings there in the back give you some flex space that allow you to move into that space, use it as interim housing as you look at the opportunity to modernize many of the buildings. So the existing site really consists of 3 spaces. Building A, as it's been referred to in the past under previous DSA documents, which includes the administration and the classroom wings. Building B, which is actually connected there by that small piece in the middle, includes your MPR, your multipurpose room, kitchen, and then an additional set of classrooms. And then Building C there in the back, which was sort of a library space, computer labs, other sorts of spaces over time. Those are the 3 permanent buildings, and those are really the ones we want to focus on, with the opportunity to eventually remove the portals in the back and give more outdoor learning space to the students. We understand that you also have the childcare facilities that are leased that are non-permanent. And for the purposes of our focus, we'll sort of stay away from that area. But we really wanted to approach this with a very holistic approach of saying, how can we really transform this campus? We looked at some of the master planning that was done previously. We looked at some of the other documents that the district had in place and really tried to identify how best can we spend the funds that you might have available, but at the same time really touch everything and make this a truly transformative campus for education, safety, and security and other measures in the future. Let's go to the next slide. So what we looked at was multiple phases. So really taking off bite-sized chunks of modernizing this facility that would enable you to sort of move into that back area, utilize some of those spaces, again, as flex space or interim housing, temporary housing of students, so that we could go in and systematically modernize building by building. So the first thing we looked at was that initial building there in front, also sort of the curb appeal of the campus, the parking and the drop-off, maximizing, obviously, the efficiency of that space, making sure that we have safety and security when we enter the school. And so really looking at the opportunity to say, can we modernize the front door, really create sort of a new entry, a new plaza area, a new gateway for the campus, at the same time modernize the administration. One of the things, as you probably well know, when you come onto the campus, you really don't have a sense of where the front door is for the administration. You can come in through the gates, you can go into that central courtyard, you can get lost in the campus before someone says, no, the administration's over here. We want to fix that. We want to be able to very clearly direct folks into the administration. Yes, there might be a gateway that's open, drop off and pickup hours, but really force visitors and force others to come through, check in, make sure that they have a chance to be greeted by someone, and then of course, approved to go on to the rest of the campus. And so you can do that internally within the space, as well as obviously maximize the space for use for the administration. You have about an additional 6 classrooms there that we would want to bring up to what we consider next generation learning or 21st century learning. So modern technology, modern furniture, modern finishes. Obviously, we would have to update the restroom facilities, but then also look at reconfiguring that entire parking area. Making sure that we have a dedicated drop-off and through lane, one that's separated from the parking so that we don't have parents backing into the potential of students being dropped off, really enhancing the landscape and making for a much better entry sequence as you come into that campus. And there's a couple of examples here on the left-hand side. You can see some of the next generation classrooms we developed. These are for Huntington Beach City School District at Seacliff Elementary School. So the kinds of spaces that we would imagine inside the building. And then the lower one there is Jefferson School at Natomas Unified School District, where we really enhanced that front area, utilized a lot of different finishes, again, had a very clear and concise front entry. And so these are some of the ideas that we posed there in phase 1 for Farallon. Let's go to the next slide. So what we were asked to do was also look at potential for cost. And I want to, mention that these are a very high level, obviously, cost analysis. We're really just looking at square footages. We're looking at unit costs. We're really basing it based on what we've been seeing in the marketplace in the last couple of years, particularly in the Bay Area when it comes to unit cost pricing. But these are the items that we see as part of that sort of written down, not just visually. So upgrading all of the underground utility and infrastructure, making sure that we're utilizing a good, strong backbone where we're connecting all of the modernization there in the future. Reconfiguring, as I mentioned before, the parking lot and all of the landscaping, improving that front entry plaza gateway and signage, and then ADA improvements at the front of the school. We know there's going to have to be some Americans with Disabilities Act path of travel improvements we're going to have to do to the front of that campus. Reconfiguring the administration, as I mentioned before, for added security. Also having a specialist area, so area that we can have for the ability for speech, other types of intervention, those kinds of spaces that we know are necessary for the administrator to function. Really, again, focusing on those 6 classrooms initially and developing those at a high level for next generation learning. Staff and student restroom improvements. We want to make sure we re-roof the facility. It doesn't make sense to go inside and redevelop the facility without making sure that our roofing, the envelope of the building is not at high level. Improving the fire alarm, the clock bell and speaker systems. You may be familiar, but the Department of State Architect, DSA, anytime we go in and we rehabilitate a building more than what they call 50% of its replacement value, there's a potential for structural rehabilitation. We may see some roof to wall connections that need to be upgraded. So we want to bring up the building to structural safety. So we've included some costs for that. You guys don't have air conditioning at this site, but you do have heat pumps. And so those may be considered for replacement. And then we also look at the overall envelope for sustainability. So new window systems going away from single pane to double pane, repairing siding, repainting. Again, trying to holistically look at that building and improve it. So what we think is part of a healthy budget for an initial phase would be around $6.8 million in construction. Now, we add contingencies because there's a lot of things we don't know at this level. So we have a 10% contingency. We have a 5% per year escalation built in. And then we have soft costs, and industry standards say that soft costs, those are all the ancillary costs that go beyond construction, design, agency approval, testing, inspection, surveying, all of those things. And then a furniture, fixtures and equipment budget there, because if we're going to go in, modernize the classrooms, of course, we want to bring in new technology, new furniture to complement that. So you're looking at right around a $10 million, just over $10 million budget associated with phase one. Let's go to the next slide. So as I mentioned before, then sort of systematically, once you complete that first building, you have the ability to then move those students back into that space. And then the next round of students moves into your swing space there in building D in the back. And then you have the ability to start to modernize there the next building, which is building B. So modernization of the multipurpose space, in particular the kitchen, making sure that the kitchen can really serve that student population in the future. You have an additional 5 classrooms. You really need just about 10 classrooms. So you have a total of 11 at this point that you could utilize both for regular spaces, but also maybe some flexible space as well. But one of the things that we're looking at is that central courtyard space, really activating that central courtyard space, creating more of maybe an outdoor food environment space. If you've been to Bayshore School, you've seen that outdoor covered lunch shelter. That really is their fundamental food service area, so that they can preserve their multipurpose for presentations and for athletics, and at the same time have an outdoor space that's really activated, but also really works. And so whether that's sailcloth material for shade or it's an actual rain protection, hard protection, we're not quite sure yet. But the ability to activate and really dramatically improve sort of that outdoor environment there in the middle of the buildings. And again, some examples of this from Huntington Beach and the Bayshore School on the lower left. And let's go to the next slide. So we did the same thing with phase 2, improving the central quad area, improving sort of delivery access and fire access around that building, since we'd be working in that vicinity. Next generation improvements to the classrooms, student restroom improvements, multipurpose and stage area improvements. We do have to gain access to the stage with the lift. Improvements to the kitchen area, public restrooms, again, re-roofing, the audio-visual equipment improvements, fire alarm, clock bell and speaker systems, structural rehabilitation if necessary, heat pump replacement, new window systems, repair siding again, and repaint. A little bit less because we're dealing with a little bit less sort of site area than we are in phase 1. So right around $6 million perhaps in construction, and closer to about $9.5 million in terms of what we call a total project cost. So these two phases combined come to about $20 million in total project. And that was sort of a target that Mr. Contreras and his team had identified for us early on. But one of the things that they challenged us with was to say, what if we could take it one step further and really look at holistically this campus and really trying to make it a focus, a focal point for education, really build up not more than just the 10 classrooms, but providing other specialized spaces, learning resource and STEM and makers, trying to do something that really improves the educational outcome of the students at that campus. And so we developed a third phase that we thought was really something that the district maybe should consider. So let's go into the next slide. And that really looks at that last building, that last permanent building, building C, and really is an opportunity as a shared space, a flexible space, one that's really a resource to the entire campus, and developing that in such a way that maybe we have a centralized learning resource, sort of a modern library space, one that's both a social environment, almost a student union, at the same time, having all of the resources that we think of with libraries from the past. And then maybe developing 2 STEM spaces on either side. So we would be pulling out some walls, moving some things around in order to create larger spaces. And one of the things that we've done very creatively with some of the buildings, particularly in California, obviously, where we have good weather, is the ability to blur the outside in. And so that image there on the upper left-hand side, that's Winters High School, shows where we had a science lab that has these movable glass garage doors. And that allows the students to actually have some outdoor learning spaces that are connected to their indoor learning spaces. And we're seeing that, of course, a lot with STEM and STEAM type spaces where we have, robotics and other programs where students are creating things in those spaces and then bringing them directly outside, testing them, utilizing the sun, utilizing nature in order to balance some of these programs. And so then we would go around and of course activate a lot of these quad areas, tear down the old portables that we wouldn't any longer need for the purposes of temp space, and also develop that into a different area. You can see some of those outdoor learning spaces. That is Mendota Elementary School there on the lower left-hand side. Improve the playgrounds. Also improve, you have quite a bit of fall between sort of the upper area of the classrooms and those lower playgrounds. None of that is ADA accessible. So coming in and obviously having stairs and ramps that gain access to those lower playground areas. But those make great areas for outdoor learning, outdoor socialization, and other sorts of things. And then whether you decide if you're going to do workforce housing on that play field there to the north, improving that play field perhaps, making that more of an opportunity for community events and other kinds of things. So new irrigation, new cedar sod, whatever it may be to improve the environment there. So really, again, looking holistically at the campus, trying to leave no stone untouched, and trying to say, what could we do, again, to really give some space to that school that we're seeing competitively with other school districts across the state. Next slide. So in order to achieve some of those elements, we're looking at probably another $8 million in construction. And because of the escalation now being several years out, we're thinking that from a schedule standpoint, each one of these projects can be initiated probably in the summer. So starting in June of 2022, June of 2023, June of 2024, by the time we're completed with some of these projects. And so this project in particular, you can see the higher escalation costs there, but maybe somewhere around $12 or $13 million for phase 3 improvements. So total investment in this site, somewhere around maybe 30 or 32 million to do all of these things to really improve that school at that level. Let's go to the next slide. So what you see, of course, all together is we're really modernizing all of the permanent spaces on campus. We have a total of 11 standard classrooms, so capacity maybe around 275 students, with a number of flexible spaces that support that student body. Activated outdoor spaces, covered lunch shelter areas, improved parking, improved playgrounds, play fields, etc. Again, very conceptual at this level, but really trying to put together kind of a game plan, a roadmap by which you would improve this facility as funds come available. Next slide. And so seeing it all together there, Rosie, next slide, please. Thank you. Again, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, 22, 23, 24, and then all phases together. And again, very high level cost estimating at this point, but I think very conservative approach. We want to make sure, if anything, we're overly conservative about the potential costs rather than trying to mislead you in terms of what those costs could be. So I think that's it for our presentation. I think our next slide is simply just question and answer. But by all means, I'd love to take your questions and like to hear what you think about some of the ideas there.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for being here so late and presenting to us. Before we open up for board discussion, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Sophia?
Second.
Kim, thank you. It's okay. Thank you. And I will open it up for board discussion. Questions, comments, Kimberly?
I have a question. Thank you very much, Brian. Beautiful presentation. I appreciate the phasing. Of course, I love the whole kit and caboodle, but I will say that looking at all of it, like to understand where we were projecting for 250 students when I know last year was like 190. This year we're at 166 in a district with declining enrollment. So I just want to kind of manage expectations there.
Sure, and that was the information we were given, and maybe Mr. Contreras, you probably want to talk to some of the ideas and the thoughts there of just generally speaking, what seemed to be a target. I will say this much, sometimes when we go to this level of developing space, of course, we don't want to undercut, what we think the potential for flexibility is. That's based on a 25-to-1, I think, teacher to student ratio. And certainly you have some flexibility there if you want to go down in student teacher ratio, you have more spaces to support that. But maybe Mr. Contreras, if you want to add kind of the target there.
The information that we provided is that how can we maximize the space that we have in A and B, which is basically where we were thinking about the housing of our students. Maximizing the number of students, we come up to 250 that we can accommodate in those two buildings. That's where the number comes from.
I had a question relating to that too, Jesus, and a couple questions actually. Thank you also for a great presentation. It's very exciting to see this moving forward. We had talked previously during our facilities master planning process about potentially redrawing the lines for our elementary school home, whatever you call them, home schools or whatever.
Yeah.
And so part of that was potentially moving Pillar Ridge students to Farallon View, which would probably get us closer to that 250, I'm guessing. I don't know the exact numbers at Pillar Ridge, but so I guess it would be a question for Jesus and Sean. What are your thoughts on timing for doing that, and how does that relate to any construction plans?
I think that has been historically a situation, as I understand it, in the district, and that lines were crossed, and at one time Pillar Ridge went up to Farallon View, and then it got sort of rerouted to El Granada. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think you would want to phase it in or give people choice. But we do need to, with the declining enrollment, the demographers information that we received last year, I do think that is a project that will be needed to be picked up by Mr. Contreras and Mr. Owens in the future to talk about boundaries and deciding how you right size, because you could lessen some of the impact on El Granada, which can be a little bit crowded in comparison. And you could have a more socioeconomically diverse school also at Farallon View. So there are good reasons to think about doing that, especially, but I think you would want to phase it in. I think it's something we would have to look at over time, but with this phased approach where phase 1 and phase 2 kind of comes in at the sort of like facilities master plan number of the $20 million and really would satisfy for 150 to 200 kids currently, I think you could make an argument to do that.
Okay, so two more questions then. One is kind of the timing of bringing this plan to us as compared to El Granada or high school. And I know, if I recall, there were conversations in our facilities master planning discussions that maybe there was more urgency around El Granada because of the condition. So I'm curious, Sean and Jesus, again, sorry, this is also for you, your thoughts around bringing, kind of moving forward on this as compared to one of those first.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to welcome Brian. This is the first time that we've met. And we did get, you guys, so there was a request for applications or request for proposals process. And then you approved 2 architects of record, both QKA and Studio W. Part of that is it gives you the flexibility to attack these projects simultaneously. And that was our goal. So I just want to make sure that, Studio W getting right here, it's because El Granada is more complicated with new construction. QKA is doing that, and they're talking to staff over there. I do see that this could be timed concurrently as opposed to staging one or the other. And I think that's important too, because we've heard from Mike Alifano and the bond committee and the community that, hey, this is, the dream deferred. So I'm very excited by the project. I'm very excited with the idea that this timeline I think is realistic and chunked, as Brian has said. It's like, how do you eat an elephant? One chunk at a time, right? Sorry, Lizette hates it when I talk about the elephant. Don't eat the elephant. But this is a phased approach. And I do think you could do a phase here. You all have committed to geographical equity and neighborhood schools. We've had those discussions. I think it is, I think this is a very optimistic and realistic approach of being able to do El Granada and Farallon View and not make it an either or, make it a both end.
And so then high school, Half Moon Bay High School would follow, like at some point the next year or two, we'd probably kick that off, you're thinking?
That would be the thinking.
Okay.
We would concentrate on these two
Yeah, because
projects.
these are the more kind of urgent in terms of conditions of the current buildings. Okay.
And just
oh,
to answer, Sophia, just to answer your
Yeah.
question too, I do think El Granada, the buildings that would be the first phase at El Granada, there are those portables that are, you know, in really poor shape, but it is the case too that Farallon View is close to it. They're both due.
pretty close. Okay, that makes sense. And so hopefully my last question, which is, so the proposal, you're asking for approval tonight to basically go forward in the next design phase, if I understand correctly, right? And we had kind of earmarked 20 million or so, as Jesus, you said, for Farallon View as part of our facilities master plan. Do we need to approve all three phases tonight, or can we approve phase 1 and phase 2 in order to just allow some time and space for El Granada to get set up and started moving forward, and, you know, other potential revenue streams to be determined in that time? Because I guess it sounds like we're looking at maybe 2 years out for starting phase 3 anyway. I would personally probably be more comfortable with that and just holding off on approving phase 3. I don't know what approval means anyway, because you have to go through the design process anyway. So I get that to some extent it is a very high level ballpark stuff, but just kind of conceptually, I'm reticent to approve something that we know we don't have money for.
I will just say superintendents, chief business officers, architects, we all serve at the pleasure of the board. If you want to have a friendly amendment to the motion and approve phase 1 and phase 2 of the plan contingent upon other funding sources for phase 3, we would understand and expect that.
I don't know, thoughts or comments from others on that? Because I'm happy to make that friendly amendment. It probably doesn't matter a whole lot other than conceptually, I don't like to approve things I know we can't afford.
There's a hand raised if you want to allow public comments.
Ms. Rosoff has got her hand raised.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Rosa.
There we go. Hi, can you hear me? Hi, just very quick comment. As a parent of 2 high schoolers, I just wanted to, two comments. One is that frankly, I can't imagine that there's buildings that are more urgently needing work than the high school, especially when you think of the number of students that are impacted by those buildings. So I think the comments regarding the enrollment and the number of students in the Farallon View versus the high school begs the question of the prioritization of Farallon View versus the high school. The second one is regarding equity. And, you know, it may not sound like it from my name or from my speech, but I'm a Latina too. And I think it's incredibly unfair to make the kids go all the way across town, all the way up to Farallon View as a kind of mechanism. So if that's what's being thought to raise, kind of enrollment rates through Pilar Point Ridge, I find that concerning. So just a comment there that's something that would, seem like a burden on those children. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Sophia, you're talking about Pillar Ridge in Moss Beach, correct? Not Moon Ridge in Half Moon Bay.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
those kids used to go there, but they don't.
Yeah, and from all our conversations, there's been pretty favorable receptivity from what I've heard from the community on that. So I think just to be clear, this is a different situation than Moon Ridge having been bused to Farallon View, which was, addressed previously. So that's a different thing. And also, and Sean, you can speak to the process by which these aren't arbitrary perspectives on what is worse and what's not worse. I'm not going around, Mary Beth's not going around. There are systematic ways that the conditions are evaluated. And so I think to be clear, our comments are based on those evaluations. And Jesus or Sean, you can speak more to that.
It is also based on expert opinions of architects.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's the expert architects. It's not kind of our
Yeah, and so I would also
personal
say,
opinions.
I would also say that, look, there is money that is earmarked for Half Moon Bay High School. Originally, all that money was earmarked for Fairlawn View and El Granada. That was how it was sold, to keep all the schools running. And then it was this board that said, oh, well, we've got to give some to Half Moon Bay High School. So I'm not responding to a public comment here, but to have this raised by you, I will say that this doesn't preclude the plan that you've set aside money for Half Moon Bay High School also. Also, I would say, look, anybody who's walked on Fairlawn View or El Granada elementary school campuses know that those are the schools that are the most in need of modernization. Those portables on the back side of Fairlawn View are 50 years and older. They are past their usable life. And the high school, sure, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there for modernization too, but the facilities there are probably in better shape. And again, the high school has, I will tell you, coming from the East Bay and looking at the high school football field, baseball field, all those fields are Cadillac. I mean, in Alameda, our comprehensive high school football field looked like Hatch's Field, like gopher holes, like unsafe to play on. So I will tell you, Half Moon Bay High School, when I got there, I was like, what, is this a community college campus? So again, I think you as a board have prioritized this and carved out money for Half Moon Bay High School, and you've got to start somewhere. And it just happens this is where we're starting. And the next step will be starting with El Granada. And then the next step will be starting at Half Moon Bay High School. And there's a little bit of something for everybody.
I really appreciate today's presentation, and it's a beautiful conceptually. For a smaller campus, thinking about the process we've gone through in the last year and looking at the site planning and the full wish list that were first brought to us for both Fairlawn View and El Granada, we realized that the cost really was prohibitive and needed to scale back. And so right now we're not asking you to scale back. However, we know we don't have, I agree with Sophia, so a friendly amendment to approve those first two phases would be appropriate. And while it's not a requirement, there is value added in stretching those dollars for the first two phases as far as possible. Scarring things out for future planning or upgrades that don't necessarily spend the full budget now, because there may still be other things that you can do, maybe not that full blown phase 3, but something in the middle that still enhances the site, but again, taking into consideration all of the inputs you've heard tonight, where we can have a new Fairlawn View campus, but not really, I mean, this one really exceeds even the months ago when we looked at a budget for a full-blown Fairlawn View. This budget does, I want to acknowledge that it does exceed what we were presented previously. And again, it's not fair to you, Brian, because it was a different group. So I'm not trying to pit, one design against another. That's not my point, but I just want to be mindful of the process. So,
yeah. And maybe if I could just sort of, collecting a lot of your thoughts here, and because we work, like I said, we work with a lot of school districts throughout the state, and both as roles as architects, also as bond program managers, and really looking at the cash flow and the master plan. We do a lot of master planning and needs assessments up front, district wide for folks, and then having to implement those, of course, over time. A good example being Brisbane most recently. They have 3 bond sales. They have limited funds, of course. Their initial bond sale and their goal was to modernize Lippman. They overspent a little bit. They've used some of their own money, which they're going to reimburse under their next bond sale. And so they know that they have to then curtail the spending now at Panorama and at Brisbane elementary schools in order to make that happen. Ultimately, the choice was they had everybody ventriculate to the middle school. And so from an equity standpoint, it made more sense. What we wanted to do is really put something out there that we said, you know, here's a vision, here's a roadmap. Just like you master plan a district, we're master planning a campus. And we're saying, if the funds were available, here's what we would recommend you do. Knowing that if all you have is $20 million, we will find a way to really maximize the value of that and maybe even save some dollars. You know, right now we have some big numbers identified for underground infrastructure and structural rehabilitation that frankly, we just don't know yet are going to be true. We'd rather, again, be more conservative than lead you to believe that it's going to be less expensive. But one of the things I do like hearing, and I really appreciate about the conversation tonight, is that you're considering the idea of sort of a consolidated attack of these various campuses simultaneously. And the one thing I encourage all of our clients to do, which I think is very important, is to try to move swiftly and effectively, because one of the things that we've seen, of course, even in the pandemic, is construction escalation that just continues. And it just doesn't stop. And I've always told our clients, the sooner that you can get shovel ready and the sooner you get agency approvals and move forward, you're going to be saving money. You can take those dollars and put those further into other campuses. And so I think, I don't know that much about your cash flow and where you're at with your bond sales and, you know, how quickly some of that money is going to become available. But, you know, when you go through the process, you approve projects in this format, sort of a menu approach, you give us direction to sort of go a certain distance. We gain that agency approval. You have up to a number of years in order to do that even, and not lose that agency approval. I think there's some advantages doing it that way because again, you can really, you know, strengthen the use of your dollar as it goes across all campuses. So keep that in mind.
And as for, just to reiterate, our goal when we talk to Brian is maximize the number of students that we can serve on those two buildings, A and B.
Yeah, so really if only phase one and phase two was all that ever became part of that, you will meet the criteria that you need, at least from meeting the total number of students there served. And I think you can create some really wonderful spaces and bring that up to a very high level. What we were looking at was just, again, how do you stay competitive with other school districts in the state and other regions? You know, what are other things that we're seeing other school districts invest in, some of those other specialized spaces that if funds do come available, you can go through and finish some of those things.
I'm happy to make a motion for a friendly amendment to.
I have a question, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know which the order
I'm
is.
still rubbed a little bit wrong about the number of students. If we did redistrict, do you have an idea of how many more kids there might be there? I mean, 100 over, that's like 4 classrooms maybe not needed we're doing. But if we like, do we know how many kids are at Pillar Ridge?
I could get you that data. I have it on my computer somewhere. I don't have it currently. I don't think realistically that you're gonna like go from 180 students to 250 students. I don't think Pillar Ridge does student generation rate of 70 students. And again, you could like provide it as a choice. Remember, there are some students who go to Fairlawn View from the El Granada neighborhood, and they choose that because they want a smaller school, or they want that proximity, or they want what has typically been science-based thematic instruction. I'll just say, look, I think don't get ahead of yourselves, if I can say this. My recommendation would be, if you have a notion of this looks good, we're there. I have trust in these architects. I have trust in the plan. And if you are thinking, okay, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, then don't approve phase 3. Do the friendly amendment and approve the first 2 phases.
So like phase 1 won't hold all the kids.
No, phase 1 will not, because I think I saw from the plan that it's 6 classrooms and you need at least 10 classrooms.
Okay, so phase 1, we're totally good to go ahead. We have enough kids to fill that.
I think, well, you'd need eventually probably phase 2, because remember, this is the other thing, 25-to-1 for classroom loading is good up until grades 4-5. When you get to grades 4-5, it's a 34-to-1. So, but again, you know, are you going to approve phase 1? I think that's hard. You've already designated $20 million for the site.
I think one of the things that by
Can I
apply,
make a comment? I feel like I've been trying just forever to make a comment. Can I at least state my opinion here? I feel like I haven't. Okay, thank you. Mary Beth, I hear your concern. And I think that if you approve the phase 1 and 2, given the fact that they are phased, that by the time 2 comes around actually being implemented, there'll be a greater sense of actually how many students there are. So there isn't just the Pillar Ridge and potential relining, but there is potential housing being built in Moss Beach, which I believe last I heard was actually approved. Of course, it could be stalled as lots of real estate projects on the coast are. So there are several different things that could happen to change the demographics. But it also gives you, I think if we approve those 2, you still need that second phase because you have the whole multi-use and the kitchen, and you have the outdoor facility at least right around there, and you at least need some more classrooms. Whether it ends up being a few less, you save money. And if you're not doing that phase 3, then maybe some of that money goes to some of that other stuff, which is taking away those portables and doing other things. So I think I agree with Sophia in terms of the 2 amendments. I mean, the 2 phases, making the friendly amendment for have the 2 phases rather than the 3rd, but that does give you some flexibility for then addressing some of those other needs if the population is smaller and there's less cost on the classrooms.
Okay.
That would just be my suggestion in terms of moving forward, because it is the amount, it is that equitable amount, and it kind of gets to that point we need to. But I think there's, and I had my other question about the process is that there will still be, this is an overarching, this is what we think looks good. There's going to be a whole community engagement process, and I guess this is the question for you, Brian, and Jesus, that will then dictate more what's really happening and where things are going a little bit more. And then that will help probably even more with that second phase.
Correct. Yeah, this we're at the 30,000 foot level. This is really kind of, a very broad vision needs assessment for this campus that was done very quickly to kind of keep you guys moving forward. Really what we need is a target. So assuming the board goes back this evening and says, yes, we really want to focus on, no more than $20 million in total project costs. And, we need to achieve the fact that we need a certain number of classrooms and other amenities in order to make this campus work. Really, that gives us the goal to then say probably within 2 phases, really start to specify what's going to be done there. And then we embark on a very regularized design process. So schematic design, design development, construction documentation. We're going to be having multiple meetings with the district all throughout, community members and others, to really define that. First phase being more critical, obviously, because that would probably go to construction first. But along the way, we're also identifying the needs and the goals for phase 2, and then ultimately those 2 projects, coming together with phase 2 then being built the next year. So yes, there's definitely a process. In fact, really tonight, I think all you are approving is sort of the vision of what we presented. And I believe even next month, we come back with the actual contracts that say, okay, this enables us to move forward contractually.
So if I guess then phase 1 is my only concern. I see we need to go ahead with phase 2. So if it turns out that, is it 6 classrooms phase 1 is set up for now?
We believe that we can probably achieve 6 classrooms in addition to what we're dedicating to, restroom facilities in the administration space.
Okay, so if it turns out when it's time to really start planning that we only need 4, would it change to 4, and would that save us money? I guess I just don't want to overdo it and then we have empty classrooms there.
It may change to 4, it may change to 5 ultimately, okay. Because one of the things we'll want to do is optimize the size of the classrooms and make sure, that those classrooms are not too small, for your student loading capacity, those kinds of things. We're also going to look at structurally, we don't want to necessarily move a lot of walls around either, because that could increase the cost and other kinds of things. So, at some point when we embark in schematic design, which is kind of the first piece of the design phase, that's when we'll have a better sense of, okay, here's the exact number of classrooms, here's the kind of things that we're going to have in each one. And ultimately, probably also with phase 2, what are we looking at there? But one of the things I will say is, don't think of classrooms just because you might have 10 or 11 classrooms between 2 phases, that all of those are dedicated for the purposes of instruction each and every day, grade levels, whatever they may be. Really, you also want to think about flexibility of other spaces and ancillary spaces, intervention spaces, and other kinds of things that I think will support that. And, oftentimes we're asked, is it more challenging to build in school districts that are growing or those that are declining? And I would sometimes argue those that are declining, you actually have more opportunities to have more flexibility of different things. You don't want to overdo it, of course. You don't want to find yourself you've overbuilt, you've overspent. But I think from 160, 170 students to 250 students, I think those two buildings really have the optimum ability to sort of do that, to where it would be nice to have a dedicated makers or STEM space at elementary school level. Maybe you're able to do that in phase 2 and you abandon the idea of phase 3.
So with that, I think we're in the agreement of making the amendment to approve phase 1 and phase 2, and then will be contingent on phase 3 depending on
Funding.
funds. Yeah.
Yeah, funding, demographics, and a variety of other things probably.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to make that motion, Lizette, and I guess then we'll need a second, and then unless there are further comments.
Second.
Well, just for Rosie's sake and my sake, can we phrase the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to make a friendly amendment to approve proceeding with planning for phase 1 and phase 2 as shown in the presentation.
Perfect. So
Not good?
yeah, the agenda item was approval
And maybe just add if phase 2 is smaller, some of those things that they're envisioning for phase 3, if they could fit into the economics of phase 2, if there's some way of kind of adding that as part of the end part. So it's not just like just those limitations of what phase 1 and phase 2 are, just to clarify.
I assume that when we go into the actual design phase, they could do that. Like I kind of, to me, that's like assumed, like if we don't need 6 classrooms in there, you need 4, make a big maker space. I don't know, whatever. Like I kind of figured because the thing is like you have that footprint no matter what. So you're going to remodel the whole building. What exactly you do with it, we can figure that out over time. But basically to me, it's like we're remodeling 2 buildings. Are we good with that? Okay.
So I hate to be Mr. Parliamentary Procedure on this, but your current motion, the original motion was approval of the bond-funded construction project. An easy way to do that would be say approval of phase 1 and phase 2 of the bond-funded construction project.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I heard.
Yes.
But then, Freya, did you want to have a friendly amendment? Because that sounded like a whole different motion.
No, it's fine. Just as long as there's that understanding. For me, it's the project costs, and phase 1 and 2 we're moving forward on. But again, if those the only part of it, which I think the architect seems to understand, and there seems to be consensus on the board, so it doesn't have to be in the fine print of this motion. So this is what we're talking about now, but so we all understand in the future is that if those phase 1 and phase 2, if they come in under because there's less classrooms, incorporate portions of phase 3, and again, we can probably make those adaptations as Sophia said. So I don't think there needs to be anything different in the language, as long as there's that understanding, which it seems.
I think in the movie business, they'd say we'll fix that in post. So in the architect business, we'll fix that in design, and for us, we'll like come back with, hey, you've got this much more money left, and what do you want to do with it? So great.
All right, so that's my friendly amendment, my motion. I think Kim approved that. I kind of lost track.
I seconded, yes.
Seconded.
Okay.
So are we ready for a roll call?
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
passes 5-0.
Well, thank you, everybody. We're really excited, and I think we'll have our actual contract come back next month. So we'll be working with Mr. Contreras and his team. But it's exciting. We're looking forward to it. Just really excited. Like I said, wonderful opportunity to create some new space and create a really wonderful school from the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. We'll stay in touch then.
Thank
soon.
you, Brian. Thank you. Have a
Have a
good night.
wonderful evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next item is 5I, and this is the approval of response to the 2020 and 2021 grand jury report, building a racially and ethically diverse teaching workforce a challenge for our schools. And Dr. McFetrich, would you like to introduce?
Yeah, we've talked about these grand jury reports before. I'm going to give the context again. The San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury is an independent investigative body that's created by the California State Constitution. In San Mateo County, it's composed of 19 citizens. You can actually apply online if you go to their website to be on the grand jury. And the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury, according to their terms, serves as a watchdog for citizens of the county. So in the past, we brought like grand jury reports on concussions. You'll remember in the spring, I brought a new bias-related policy on recommendation of the grand jury. And in this case, this was an opportunity where districts, and you can tell because Cabrillo is named in there, that they did speak with me. I'm sworn not to speak of what they spoke of to me. I was under like, admonition not to speak about it, but now the report is out and you'll see us there. And it's what we've been talking about for years, is that we have disproportionate numbers of white people teaching the students of California and teaching the students in America, and that they don't represent the students we serve. And we've talked about this before where, it is a goal for us to have bicultural, bilingual teachers who look like the kids that they're teaching. And we have been doing recruitment. Today, Mike Carey and the Jason Owens were reaching out to the California Department of Education about our relationship for seeking employees and recruiting from Mexico and from Spain. And this report basically just says a lot of that. I won't bore you with the report. County Council actually prepared responses for all the districts, and we're responding back. And the upshot of this is that we're thinking about it, that we acknowledge the report, and that we are making plans to try to get a more diverse workforce. And you read it, I've read it, the public should look at it. And we need your approval from it to meet the grand jury recommendation. And then we will start working on recruitment efforts to increase the number of teachers of color serving students of color.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve before we get into discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Freya. And now I open it up to discussion. Anybody have any comments or?
No, as I commented earlier, I think it's a really excellent report, really does fit in with a lot of what we've been talking about in terms of representation and cultural relevance, and a lot that relates to our equity statement and such. So I think this is really fantastic. I appreciated the thoroughness of the report too, in terms of the best practices that they recommend for recruiting and retaining a diverse workforce. So I'm really excited to start seeing our planning take shape specifically around this point too.
And they had us in there a few times for some good examples.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, exactly. That was kind of nice.
Yeah.
I will say that one of the examples that was provided about Cabrillo, for example, is the work that Mr. Contreras in particular has done working with Mr. Linton at the adult school, because when we needed custodians, that was one way to do the pipeline. Mr. Contreras is a very humble man, but I will say that over the summer, there was a beautiful video produced by a local college about the work that Mr. Contreras was doing, training maintenance and custodial staff. And Mr. Contreras has sought out opportunities to hire and to diversify our workforce and worked with ALAS, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, to get a fantastic custodian hired, and also worked with Mr. Linton to get another fantastic custodian hired. both Spanish speaking, both Latino descent. And so I just want to sing Mr. Contreras's praises and Mr. Linton's praises. And I think a lot of us know that we want diverse schools and we want diverse workforces serving our schools. So we did come up in there a couple times. We did tell I did share things with the grand jury report, and the grand jury report did report that there are impediments to this because of HR laws, but we are looking at actively recruiting. And I would want us to actively recruit out of country, particularly Mexico, to reflect the students we serve. We are looking for that, particularly for immersion, but I think in general, for the good of the order, we would want to have teachers that could speak what is a dominant language, a shared language in this area, Spanish. I mean, the more bilingual speakers we can have, the better. Yeah.
Yes, I agree, and it's not just about the language; it's also about the culture. And sometimes, you know, you have wonderful teachers who speak the language, but they're missing the culture aspect of it, and sometimes that's very important when you're talking about you know, uplifting and really serving the kids, not saying anything less about the teachers who are not who are not Latino, because that is, I mean, people want to say that we're diverse, culturally diverse, but I've always said it, we really are not. It's mostly Latinos and whites for the most part. And I've always said it when I was in the panel before I was a board member hiring Mr. Porcels, and even though he's from Spain, it was so important to have somebody, especially in a school like Hatch, to have somebody who spoke Spanish. And now having Leticia, who's, you know, here and is in charge of, you know, curriculum and instruction, and it's just amazing. And not to mention Jesus, who, you know, went and did a presentation on the finances and on how we need to make budget cuts, and he did it in a way where it wasn't just translated, it was explained and it was understood, and that's the tricky part with translation, that sometimes you can get Google, you could get something to translate it, but it's more than just the language, it's also the culture. And I know, like, you have Josefina, who's excellent, and then you have Rosie, and somehow they meet in the middle because Josefina's Spanish is very different than Rosie's, and it's not about doing it right, it's doing it where people are going to understand, and that's more important than being grammatically correct. So thank you, and I've always said, you know, it is very important to have people that resemble you work also with the students, and we do have a high population of Latinos, predominantly from Mexico. So yeah, thank you.
I just to close that thought, the research has shown that particularly Black and Latino boys in particular do benefit from seeing role models, male role models in particular, who they feel like understand them culturally. And so there is that. But I will say that we do have someone in the public, I think Holly has raised her hand.
Whenever you're ready, Holly.
It's actually Stig.
Oh, sorry, you come out as Holly.
Yeah, so hey guys, I had a dentist appointment. I'm sorry. I was at the dentist checking my teeth out today, so I couldn't be on the meeting today. But I wanted to say that too, that I was one of the people who talked to Sean, I talked to Jesus, and I talked to Jason about this. And the barrier over your language should not be a problem to be hired in the district. Because if you are cleaning classrooms, why do you need to speak English or any other language? And I made a point, and Sean, you know, we totally agree about that. And I want to say that it's one of the best things we ever done in this district. And that's all I have to say tonight.
I just need to speak. I'm going to speak to this. Stig, we could not have done that without you. You could have been an impediment to that process. You weren't. You embraced it and you encouraged it. And I thank you because it was good for the district. It was good for CSEA. It was a good thing. So much love to you, my brother.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stig. Thank you for being here. I hope you're okay. And thank you for your time and your comments. I really appreciate it, and I really admire people who have the bravery and the courage to put themselves out there when it's not easy all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, coming from a man who speaks 3 or 4 languages, I believe.
Thank you, Sean.
Well, I think this is such a good example of how we need to kind of look at disrupting our norms of kind of the expectations. And we thought, and then after somebody brings it up, you're like, why was that even a requirement in the first place? That made no sense, right? Like Stig said, like you're cleaning classrooms, as long as you could do the basic training, like that can be accommodated in the training, great, right? So I think this is such a great example, again, tying back to our equity statement of supporting all across our community to reach their fullest potential, and that helps our students reach their fullest potential for the reasons described in this report. So it's a great example.
Well, and I do want to thank our HR department, our pupil personnel services, because I know Jason has been working on recruiting. You know, we have candidates who are former Amity scholars that we're recruiting to. I thank the people who have been involved with that. And I will say that I just got an email from California Department of Education, CC'd on it from Mike Carey to Jason Owens and Mike Carey, talking about the process for recruitment for teachers from Mexico, which will initiate in the spring. And that will certainly be part of our plan. HR laws do mean that we can't give that job to somebody before we give it to an American citizen for whatever reason, but we will continue to put those feelers out and try to encourage. And the other thing I would say is that, you know, we have also been able to hire people who have come through this district who are bilingual. I can think of 2 individuals, I won't name them, recently, and who have come through this district and who have are teaching in our classrooms. And I met with one of them when we were trying to replace a vacancy earlier this year. And it's just outstanding to see young people coming through and who we can say, hey, you understand these kids and their experience and the language spoken that many of us don't. And I do think that bicultural, that cultural proficiency and linguistic proficiency, like Lizette said, I think is huge to provide.
Sean, if I could just chime in, I do think, you know, I appreciate that we have all of these options to bring to bear to end up with a workforce and teachers that reflect the faces of our children and our students, but not just the ones that happen to go through our schools and become teachers, but actually encouraging and seeing that as, you know, I think it doesn't happen just by accident. It's valuing the profession and, you know, helping with the career fairs and things at the high school as kids are making those choices to see it as a viable path. You know, I don't know if there's other incentives, you know, if people already have family in the area, but
workforce housing, maybe?
Pardon?
Workforce housing, maybe?
Maybe that's it. Anyways, it's just my wonderment here when we talk about culture is if your first generation, if your family is, yes, there's a culture of Hispanic families that have come from Mexico. Is it the same cultural understanding if you have a teacher from Mexico that comes up versus being in the community, first generation or second generation? I'm asking because I literally don't know, but I'm thinking that if we can grow the workforce from the community, that almost feels more representational than let's make sure we just bring someone. I don't know.
I agree. I agree, Kim. And I don't think it is the same. It isn't the same when you're raised here knowing that you're Mexican and you're raised in Mexico and knowing that you're Mexican. It's definitely not the same, but I do see a lot of value in it because a lot of the times our parents don't always don't embrace their culture because of many different reasons, like they themselves, they're always working and we don't celebrate things. So when you have somebody from your own country, it's very empowering and it's very uplifting because you sometimes realize things that you didn't know unless someone from your own country was here to kind of embrace that and teach you that. And I think that that's what a lot of these kids need. They need to be kind of just like told, this is who you are, this is where you come from. You won't know because you probably weren't in the country, and you won't know because your parents are illegal and they can't take you, and you won't know because for whatever reasons, but like this is who you are and be proud of it. And I think that would be amazing for these kids to learn that from somebody that comes from Mexico. And I agree. I mean, I think there's nothing like having kids who are from the community to give back to the community. But I also think that there is a lot to be improved on because I do see a lot of amenities that that do come, and I've always wondered why sometimes I was just curious why they wouldn't make a little more of an effort to bring people from Mexico and not always from Spain and more of like the European countries. So I get what you're saying, and I mean, to answer in my perspective, it's not the same. It's not the same living in Mexico and knowing you're Mexican, and living in the United States and knowing you're Mexican. So I agree. It's not the same.
I think, Lizette, why some of the Spain stuff was happening is that California had some agreements set up with the Mexican consulate to help with the red tape, and that's why some of that was happening.
Well, again, our goal as one part of this recruitment strategy, just so you know, because I'm thinking about this grand jury report, is to activate and reactivate. We have now done that with the California Department of Education, got the email tonight during this board meeting. Thank God they answered. And we will continue to put out feelers. HR laws will prohibit us from hiring anyone who's not a US national or a citizen if they have the opportunity. But my goal is just to recruit widely and to try to recruit more folks that more professionals, more all kinds of staff that can be bilingual and bicultural. Because I have such respect for my colleagues who are that. They teach me every day.
We're looking forward to your plan, Sean.
There are no more questions and comments. Are we ready for roll call? Okay. Rosie?
Lisette?
Aye.
Maribeth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Next item, 5M, approval of coordinator of student services and special projects position and job description. Dr. McFetrich.
I am bringing this because I actually wrote this job description. And I've provided you the materials, but let me just say, you currently have a director of pupil and personnel services that has this giant job description. And it's pupil and personnel services. And recently we have signed up with the San Mateo Community College District for a CCAP agreement. We are trying to increase the number of dual enrollment classes. And your current director of pupil and personnel services, I affectionately refer to him as a unicorn. He's a 1 in a million, Mr. Owens, and he has to oversee with Matt Linton, adult school operations, Pillar CETOS, independent study, is working with San Mateo College of San Mateo and San Mateo Community College District on CCAP agreement that we've just done, and is the uniform complaint officer and is the Title IX. And last week had to go on Title IX training for 3 days with San Mateo County School Insurance Group. And he's stretched thin. And so the board has charged me with looking at organizational redesign and strengthening where we have needs. And so I wrote the description for a coordinator of student services and special projects to try to strengthen in an area where we have need. We did this in the spring with technology department because we had cut back and realized we needed to build back. And in this regard, I think that's why I've created this job description. We included the administrative salary schedule, the coordinator of student services job description, and I would recommend approval.
Before we go into discussion, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Oh, I'll
Sorry.
second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
I think this is a great idea.
Okay.
It'll serve our students and our staff a lot better to have this extra support. And it'll be more sustainable for our human resources as well in the district office. So I'm really glad that you brought this to us, Sean.
Well, considering we just talked about the grand jury report and we have this whole like new charge of recruiting, and especially now when we've talked about recruitment and all that. Thank you for saying it.
Well, thank you, and I also agree. I think it goes without being said of all the great things that the district is doing, and I'm not surprised that there needs you need more help. So thank you for bringing that. And roll call, Rosie.
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. And now we move on to the last item in item 5N, approval of increase and title changes to the non-bargaining unit salary schedule. Is this Jesus? It sounds like money. Okay.
I can speak to this. I feel bad that we brought this to you last time to talk about increasing the sub rates, but the reason why you're getting this tonight and we're increasing the rates to the expanded learning lead after school tutor and expanded learning after school tutor is that Lori Malliot, who runs the El Granada Dolphin Club program, came to us a couple weeks ago saying that they had finally seen in print that there was a 14% increase to their grant. And thus we are able to provide these workers who were grant funded the same increase that we provided to everyone else on this salary schedule. So that takes the expanded learning lead after school tutor to $23.49 an hour, and the expanded learning after school tutor to $16.72 to $19.67 an hour. I also want to say these are the same rates that apply to the new extended learning opportunities program built at Hatch, now known as Eagle Club, which we've used with ELO monies. But I think I saw something today that there may be monies ongoing from the state to keep that going. And I think it is important for us on an equity level for our at-promise students to continue the work that Rosalva Segura and her colleagues and Leticia Batia and Mr. Contreras have worked on to create that program, which is outstanding over there in the old kinder portables that we vacated when we created the new kinder wing at Hatch. So basically this does lift up these employees for extended learning opportunities, both at El Granada and at Hatch, and in the future if we build more. And then there was another thing that was the kinder movement instructor after school program coordinator. And that also, that rate was increased also. I understand that, if I'm not mistaken, that is a new position, and that is increased too. It's an hourly rate specifically for those hired to do movement with kindergarten. So yeah, that's basically what this is. It's cleaning up this. It's always like, you know, we pull a thread and then, oh, there's new money and we can pull the thread, and we're trying to do right by these folks.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions, comments? Okay. And then the raise hand feature was enabled. And is there any raised hands, Rosie?
No, we don't have any.
So we should close that, and we should go to roll call.
We need motion.
Oh,
So moved.
sorry, that we did it. My bad. Motion, second,
We
anybody?
need a second.
Second.
I'll take Mary Beth, thank you. Are we ready for roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
5-0, thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 6, future events. October 19th is Family Engagement Series meeting. Meet your PTO leaders and how you can get involved, and that's via Zoom at 7 p.m. October 20, School Finance Office via Ring Center. What's that, Jesus? That sounds fancy.
Ring Central is the new phone system, and instead of using Zoom, we can actually use Ring Central. And so we're trying to try that out. So eventually we could just use Ring Central.
So what do I do? I just call Jesus?
It's very similar to Zoom, isn't it, Jesus?
It is basically the same platform as basically Zoom.
So what do I do? Like I look for you at 4 o'clock or what? Like, how does this work?
Well,
pretty similar, Lisa.
There-
I'm sure.
You're
There's
sending
a-
a link?
I know how it works. So the same link that you would have Zoom, you'll have a different link, but it'll say Ring Central. And you click on it, it's going to ask you, do you want to download this onto your whatever devices? You'll say yes. And then presto, you'll see Jesus in a different kind of box.
I have a feeling that Holly, AKA Stig, has the hand raised to maybe give you a tutorial right now.
Let me allow Holly to talk.
Thank you.
You're correct, Sean. I can inform you about this, that Ring Centrals, they're using exactly the same app as we do with Zoom. They are working on a new app for their own thing, but I can tell you one thing, it works exactly the same. We have tried this, and I know that Jesus, we have used this in conferences before too. And the thing is, for our school district, it's going to lower our cost because Zoom is very expensive, and Ring Central is actually doing the same thing for no cost at all.
It was part of our new phone contract that you approved and all the new phones, and it was part of the feature. But I will say that we also were acknowledging that people were used to Zoom, and so we're slightly phasing in, and we did sign a Zoom contract, but eventually our hope would be to have cost savings by getting rid of Zoom.
Pacing it out.
Yes.
Adding to that, Lisette, is all the events on this list are posted on the calendar on the website, and the links are there. If you just click on the calendar and then on the link posted there, it will take you to the app. And so if you are interested in attending any of these events, they're posted on the calendar.
Thank you. I'm a little behind sometimes, but thank you. Okay, I will do that. And so we will have the school finance office hours via Ring Zoom.
Via Ring Central.
Oh, Central. I'm reading Central at 4 p.m. And then also later on that day, also October 20th, budget advisory meeting via Ring Central at 6:30. Right, Jesus?
Yes.
And then November 16th is the family engagement series. And they will be talking about safe space. And that will be via Zoom at 7 p.m. And November 18th is our next regular board meeting. It says location to be determined. Does that mean that we have to, every meeting by meeting, say if we're gonna go via Zoom, or go ahead, Rosie, enlighten me.
It's because we posted the agenda before approving the resolution to continue doing the virtual meetings.
But Rosie has also reminded me that because of the new virtual meetings, we have to do this every 30 days. So I will let the board know that we will need to call a special meeting to have you approve again, because today is the 14th and you have to do it every 30 days. So look forward to a special meeting where we will have to come together, and maybe I'll sneak on some other controversial topics for us to discuss. I don't know.
Can't wait. Thank you. Thank you. That was like, it's like similar like the previous one. Like that one. Okay, can we keep it under 30 minutes? Can I make that motion that it has to be under 30 minutes?
Well, we kind of had the discussion already, so there isn't much more.
Yeah, so, I like this almost 5.5 hour meeting. I think we should do this every time.
Don't tempt me.
Okay.
So
And
Lisette, do you want a motion to adjourn?
Yes. And
We're ready to make that one.
With that, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second. Sorry.
I'll
Take
take
Freya.
Freya.
Okay.
Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And then we have our closed session tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay, so see everybody in a few hours. Take care. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.